Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008 in Iowa. When the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seat belt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Michelle's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Michelle's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her co-workers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. The investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Michelle's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Michelle's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Michelle died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Michelle died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Michelle's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Michelle died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, His father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. "I'm afraid of missing out on the moment." It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. "Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it," according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. "I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, "I cared about him." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video discusses events that occurred on October 2nd, 2009, in the Canadian city of Laval. Natasha Cournoyer, 37, did not come to see her mother. She didn't answer the phone and wasn't home. It quickly became clear that none of Natasha's friends or co-workers saw her that day. Around 5 p.m., her relatives filed a missing persons report, and the police began their investigation. Natasha was a public relations specialist for the Correctional Service of Canada. First, the detectives decided to go to her workplace and interview her co-workers. When they arrived, Natasha's car was still parked in a nearby lot. At that point, a man was standing near her car. He was nervous and acted strangely. In his conversation with the police, he stated that he and Natasha were in a relationship and that he was there to figure out where she could have gone. The man's name was Michelle Trottier. Natasha's car had scratches on its back door. However, it was unclear whether this was related to her disappearance or if the scratches had appeared earlier. There was no reason to suspect Michelle Trottier of involvement in Natasha's disappearance, so the detectives continued their investigation. After speaking with Natasha's co-workers, they discovered she was at work on October 1st, 2009. It was the day before the disappearance. None of her co-workers noticed anything unusual about her behavior that day. She was in a good mood and friendly. As usual, nothing seemed to bother her. On October 2nd, Natasha needed a day off. She and her mother intended to resolve issues concerning a tombstone for her recently deceased father. As a result, on October 1st, she worked longer hours than usual and left the building around 8 p.m. Natasha, according to her friends, had no conflicts with anyone, and it was difficult to believe that anyone could hold a grudge against her. She worked in an office and had no contact with the prisoners. They described her as an open and unkind person. The police deployed a large number of officers to look for Natasha Cournoyer. The search even included aviation and canine services. They began by inspecting the area immediately surrounding the parking lot. However, they discovered no clues that could aid the investigation. Natasha's friends and family worked tirelessly to distribute flyers with her photo in the hopes that someone would see her or learn more about her disappearance. The first hours after a person goes missing are crucial. This is when witnesses or evidence are more likely to be discovered. Natasha Kornoyer lost valuable time because the police received the report on the evening of October 2nd, 21 hours after she had left her job. The search activities took place on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October and yielded no results. Her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to Natasha's location. Michel Trottier, the man dating Natasha, believed she had been kidnapped. He approached a potential kidnapper via television, pleading with him to release his loved one. Meanwhile, the police conducted an investigation into Michel and Natasha's personal lives. They dated for 4 years and the relationship was far from perfect. The detectives discovered that Michel and Natasha had broken up several times before resuming their relationship. The police investigated all possible explanations for the woman's disappearance, reconstructing the events of Natasha's last day at work. The detectives gained access to CCTV cameras both inside and outside the building in which she worked. She entered the building at 9:04 a.m. Natasha drove to work and parked in an open lot. There were a few free parking spaces that morning, so she parked on the opposite side of the street. After reviewing the recordings, they discovered that Natasha left the building at 8:07 p.m. Another video confirmed that she went to the location where she parked her car, but the parking lot had poor lighting. Natasha eventually vanished into the darkness. After a few minutes, you could see the car's headlights turn on. The car began to move to the opposite side of the parking lot, rather than towards the exit. This location also had poor lighting. The car's headlights turned off when it came to a stop. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle began to move toward the exit. And it wasn't Natasha's car because she drove a Mazda, as evidenced by other Ford Windstar minivan records in the video. It also turned out that this car entered the parking lot at 6:35 p.m. and parked next to Natasha's car. Based on what they saw in the video, the police concluded that Natasha's disappearance was most likely a kidnapping on the 5th day of the search, October 6, 2009. That was no longer about a missing person, but about the loss of a person's life. They discovered Natasha's body in a vacant lot in the Pointe-aux-Trembles neighborhood, about 20 miles from where she worked. The body lay next to a dirt road leading to the riverbank. Natasha's family and friends were devastated to learn of her death. They felt even worse after hearing the medical examiner's report. Natasha died due to strangulation. Before she died, someone hit her 9 times in the face, breaking her nose. Marks on her wrists and ankles indicated that she had been tied up at some point in her life. They discovered seminal fluid inside the body. It served as a source of DNA. While awaiting the results of the DNA analysis, the detectives attempted to identify the owner of the minivan seen on the day Natasha vanished in 2009. There were 2 motels near where she worked 10 days after the body was discovered on October 16, 2009. The police went to both of them and checked the cards that guests fill out at check-in. The police discovered that a man who identified his vehicle as a Ford Windstar was staying at the Lido Motel on the day Natasha Kornoyer went missing. The man was identified as 48-year-old Claude LaRouche, a registered sex offender who had served 2 prison sentences in 1993. The court sentenced him to 1 year in prison and 2 years probation for forcing a 19-year-old acquaintance to engage in sexual intercourse. In 2005, the court sentenced LaRouche to 40 months in prison for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old girl who miraculously managed to escape his grasp and run into a neighbor's home. Consider this: for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old child, he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Please leave a comment below with your thoughts on this punishment. Is it not too soft? LaRouche regained his freedom in November 2008. He began working as a carpenter and married a woman with 2 sons in 2009. They all live in the same house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the parking lot where Natasha Kornoyer went missing. So, as I previously stated, the detectives discovered that Claude LaRouche stayed at a motel the night Natasha disappeared. They summoned forensic experts to the room where he was staying. They discovered badly rubbed dark red stains on the carpet and sent samples for analysis. On the same day, the detectives went to the address where LaRouche lived to speak with him. Because of the nature of the previous cases for which he had been imprisoned, the police already had his DNA. However, they needed time to compare it to the DNA discovered on Natasha's body. The man denied knowing Natasha Kornoyer, but admitted to frequenting the Lido motel because it was cheap. According to his story, he was dissatisfied with his intimate relationship with his wife and frequently rented a room in a motel where he called women offering sexual services for money. When asked where he was and what he was doing on October 1st, the day Natasha went missing, LaRouche said he had no memory of anything, including his stay at the Lido motel. LaRouche attributed this memory lapse to an excessive use of illegal substances. However, the memory returned to him quickly, albeit incompletely. On November 5, 2009, a month after the body was discovered, the detectives returned to his house, but this time they did not speak. The DNA analysis determined that the seminal fluid in Natasha Kornoyer's body belonged to Claude LaRouche. Natasha's DNA was discovered in the motel room he rented and on the inside of his car. According to Montreal police, the victim did not know the suspect, and there was no link between the crime and the coordinator's work as a communications officer for the Correctional Service of Canada. "I believe that with the arrest of this suspect, citizens will feel safer on the streets," said Montreal Police Inspector Daniel Rousseau. The arrest caught LaRouche and his neighbors off guard. They described him as friendly and polite. The following day was November 6, 2009. Claude LaRouche became a suspect in the Natasha Kornoyer case. He initially denied his guilt, but after realizing there was sufficient evidence against him, he admitted to killing Natasha. However, he insisted that he did not want to do this and that her death was an accident. The trial took place in 2011. It presented two versions of what happened, one from the defendant and his lawyers, and one from the prosecutor. Let's start with Claude Lucia's version. His testimony revealed that evening, he was waiting in the parking lot for an illegal substance vendor. LaRouche was sitting in his car when he noticed a woman appear beside him. It was Natasha. He attacked her, pushed her into the interior of his car, and then shut the door. He then talked to her, and Natasha agreed to accompany him to the motel. Memory lapses prevented Claude LaRouche from recalling why he stood on the other side of the parking lot for 20 minutes, and he miraculously remembered only the moments that could not be used against him. According to LaRouche, while they were in the motel room, Natasha offered to satisfy him in exchange for letting her go. He agreed after Natasha completed the task LaRouche had assigned her. They argued during this quarrel. LaRouche lost control, attacked her, and then strangled her. Then he cleaned the room, placed Natasha's body in his car, drove home, and went to bed. When the substances he had used stopped working in the morning, he realized he had done something irreversible and decided to dispose of the body. He cut up Natasha's documents and bank cards and threw them out the car window as he drove the body to the location where they discovered it. Once again, I emphasize that this is Claude LaRouche's version. The more he spoke, the more questions his story prompted. According to his words, the day after he removed the body, he returned to it and covered it with a blanket, fearing Natasha would freeze. Another day passed, and he returned to the body to get the blanket. LaRouche was concerned that the blanket would obscure Natasha's location. If we summarize everything he said, we can conclude that he did not remember something due to his clouded consciousness, and that some of his actions were irrational. Most importantly, he did not want to end Natasha's life. LaRouche attempted to persuade the trial participants of this. The prosecution's version was based on material evidence, but they also had a witness who claimed to have been walking his dog near the parking lot on the day Natasha Kornoyer vanished. He saw Claude LaRouche try to attack a girl who was jogging. However, when LaRouche noticed a man with a dog, he quickly left. Around 7 p.m., he attacked Natasha Kornoyer. An hour later, the prosecutor suspected that LaRouche had tied Natasha up and driven her to a motel against her will. She never made it out alive. In June 2011, Claude LaRouche was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, it was discovered that 2 weeks after his attack on Natasha Kornoyer, LaRouche attempted to strangle another woman, Dominique Martel, who bit his finger and fought back. Claude LaRouche was declared a dangerous criminal during the trial in this case, which means his sentence is indefinite under Canadian law, and he has little hope of being released soon. Natasha led a quiet and happy life. She had dreams and goals. This life was stolen from her by a man who had previously committed serious crimes, but his heir set him free. This man had a criminal record and lived among the people. How does a man who attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl end up in society? Why wasn't anyone keeping him under control? Natasha's family and friends are not spared from these questions. After all, if the system had worked differently and LaRouche had been where he belonged, Natasha would still be alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2021 that involved two countries far apart. Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was an Australian citizen and a frequent traveler. One of her travels took her to the Eastern European country of Georgia, where she and I both enjoyed the frightening events that occurred to her. Shanae was born in 1989 in Warrnambool, Australia, where she lived with her parents and older brother Tyson. There is little information available online about her youth and upbringing. However, this is how her loved ones described her. Shanae was an adventurer who enjoyed being in nature, a keen hiker, a motorcycle enthusiast, a genuine kind-hearted soul, and an animal lover. She was a happy, free-spirited person. She moved through life, making the kinds of deep, genuine connections that most of us save for a select few. She was generous, patient, loving, and kind to everyone who crossed her path, to name a few. The homeless she shared cafe leftovers with during her shifts, and in Melbourne the orphaned children she taught, in Colombia the Cambodian children she taught English to, the Japanese students she tutored, and, most recently, the pregnant stray cat who adopted Shanae and decided to become a mother on her terrace in Georgia. Shanae visited Georgia, which had long piqued her interest due to its natural beauty and history, and Shanae's boyfriend Mariel Said was also scheduled to visit this Eastern European country in 2019. He was a Lebanese national whom she met on one of her trips. They had broken up for a while, but when she and I moved to Georgia, they started communicating online and realized they still had feelings for each other, so they decided to reconcile. El Said wanted to fly to Georgia, but the country's borders were closed to unvaccinated individuals. Georgia is an ancient, proud, and welcoming country known for its friendly people, the majestic beauty of nature and ancient temples, and its delectable cuisine. Shanae had high expectations for her trip to Georgia, and they were all met. She was content in the country and stayed there for nearly 2 years before her next trip. Winter I avoided. I lived in Tbilisi, Georgia's capital, and taught English, which helped her earn a living while also allowing her to travel around the country and discover new and interesting places. She eventually made friends who shared her passion for travel. On July 29, 2021, she shared this photo on her social media account, captioned with the word joy. The photograph was taken during a scenic motorcycle ride. Shanae was a big fan of motorcycles. The next day, July 30th, 2021, was sunny, so should I go hiking up Mtatsminda? Please don't be too harsh on me if I mispronounce the name of this place. Mtatsminda, which means holy mountain, is a major attraction in Georgia's capital. The Temple of Saint David Mtatsminda, located on the mountain's slope and surrounded by dense evergreen vegetation, is a popular tourist and city resident destination. On the 730-meter high mountain, there are observation decks that overlook Tbilisi, an amusement park, a Ferris wheel, and a restaurant. Shanae has rented a house near the mountain for the past 11 months. According to her friends, she frequently took walks in the woods and never encountered any problems or threats to her personal safety. On July 30th, 2021, she left the house around 3:30 p.m. Surveillance cameras caught her walking leisurely through the city streets toward the hiking trail. She was last seen near the Church of St. Michael of Tavir, which sits at the foot of Mount Mtatsminda and serves as a starting point for hiking. In the evening, she was supposed to meet some friends at a cafe in the capital, but she never arrived. Attempts to contact her by phone failed. She then denies that friends decided to file a missing persons report with the police. Around the same time, Shanae's friend in California sounded the alarm at 4:32 p.m. Shani called her, and when she answered, she could hear her screaming, "Please let me go. Okay, just let me go." You could tell Chennai was being attacked and wanted to be left alone. The call was disconnected. When her friend attempted to call back, no one answered. Different sources describe it differently. Shanae, a friend from California, did the following. Some news is out. Let's write that she posted to a Facebook group with members from various countries who are currently living in Georgia, asking someone to contact the police to report the disturbing call. Other sources claim she denies that her friend contacted the Georgian police and told them everything. Whatever the case, it is certain that within hours of Shanae's terrifying phone call, Georgian police became aware of it and immediately began to investigate the information they had obtained. Several hundred police officers and volunteers participated in the search. The search area was large, so numerous groups combed the slopes of Mount Antatsmanda. Police used search dogs and drones. Shanae could not be located before sunset. She hadn't returned home, her phone was turned off, and she hadn't gone to any of the nearby hospitals for assistance. This was not a good sign, as was confirmed the following day. Unfortunately, Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was discovered dead near a hiking trail on July 31st, following an extensive search. The perpetrator attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime, so he hid the body under tree branches while leaving the crime weapon. A knife was discovered not far from the body. Shanae's phone was eventually discovered on the mountainside. Upon further examination of the crime scene, police discovered an old, rusted shovel, a fireplace, used needles, and numerous empty bottles. Georgia's interior minister told local media that the police had some information that needed to be kept private in order to conduct the investigation. The ministry and police officers are doing everything possible to find the perpetrator. He stated that during the forensic examination of Shanae's body, 13 stab wounds were discovered, 5 of which were in the neck area, which indicated only one thing to the police. The perpetrator clearly intended to kill the young woman. Her neck showed signs of strangulation. Following her denial, authorities officially confirmed her death. The media reported that the crime was motivated by lust. The Georgian police, however, denied this information, stating that the forensic medical examiner found no evidence of a crime against the woman's integrity. Shanae's enraged boyfriend, Maori El Said, has vowed to find the perpetrator and exact revenge, no matter how long it takes. "Right now, I only have one mission in life: vengeance." He stated, "I don't care if I spend the rest of my life behind bars, justice will be served, and the criminal will suffer as much as Shanae did." Shanae's death devastated her friends, and was especially difficult for her family, who lived on another continent. The relatives had to deal with the issue of transporting the body home, while the police had to find the perpetrator. There is no doubt that the police are directly responsible for crime prevention and criminal investigation. However, in this case, there was another significant factor. Georgia's tourism revenue exceeds $1 billion per year, and the fact that one of the travelers died in a popular location in the state capital may have had a negative impact on the entire tourism industry. The police interviewed over 200 people, including friends, co-workers, Shanae's neighbors, and park employees, and they investigated visitor routes as well as video footage of her movements that day. One local woman reported to an expat Facebook group that she heard a woman screaming on the trails below Metal Man to park about an hour after she and I left home. Another woman in the group reported seeing a disturbing sight on the mountain. She claimed that she and I went missing the day before. She had seen a man aggressively copulating with a woman near the crime scene. At the same time, the laboratory investigated the crime weapon and discovered a male DNA sample on it. There were no matches in the Georgian police database, so the samples were sent to 194 Interpol member states to be checked in their databases. Interviews with witnesses revealed that Shanae had no enemies, no conflicts with anyone, and no contact with people of questionable reputation. This could indicate that she was a random victim of a crime with an unknown motive. The police worked meticulously. Genetic samples were obtained from several dozen people who could have been involved in the crime. All were rigorously analyzed. As a result of extensive and multifaceted investigation efforts, the list of alleged perpetrators was narrowed until a DNA match was discovered. 40 days after Shanae's death, Brooke Edwards, Georgia, police released the following statement based on evidence gathered during the investigation, which included testimony, surveillance tapes, genetic tests, and other evidence. According to the court's decision, the defendant, a man born in 1988, was arrested on September 8th of this year. Rafael Mursakulov, a Georgian citizen, was detained. His lawyer told reporters that Miraculous denies all of the charges against him, including robbery and taking Shanae's life. Brooke Edwards. He pleads not guilty. He had no involvement with the case. I have already seen him. We talked and decided on a position. He is exercising his right to remain silent. According to the lawyer, when information about the suspect's identity leaked to the press, Mursakulov's image was broadcast on television. Following that, a woman from Georgia and the capital posted on her Facebook page that her friend had been attacked by two wild beasts on Mount Emtatsminda a few months prior. Even though the police knew who the perpetrators were, the case was shelved. According to the woman's post, one of the attackers was Rafael Mursakulov. The author of the posts suggested that if the police had done their jobs properly, the Australian girl would still be alive. Rafael Mursakulov, according to the information he publicly shared on his Facebook page, was an activist for the ruling Georgian Dream Party. On September 10, 2021, a Tbilisi court refused to release Mursakulov on bail. While he was in custody awaiting trial, police officers obtained a testimony that was equally important to the irrefutable physical evidence. Following the attack on Shanae, Brooke Edwards, Mursakulov returned home and informed his brother and wife of the crime, warning them that if they told anyone, their young child would suffer the same fate as Shanae. In October 2021, the Edwards family released a letter describing Shanae and thanking everyone for their support. They expressed gratitude to Georgia for their financial assistance in repatriating Shanae's body, as well as the Georgian people for their ongoing attention, love, and support during this difficult and tragic time. The first hearing on the case occurred in February 2022. According to Georgian law, Mursakulov faced 16 to 20 years in prison. He chose not to exercise his right to remain silent and pleaded guilty to robbery during the trial, but he denied that he killed Shanae on purpose. However, the prosecutor did not believe so. In his opinion, the number of stab wounds indicated that the defendant intended to kill the victim. He stabbed Shanae Brooke 13 times, including 5 in the neck, indicating that he intended to kill her. Furthermore, the prosecutor stated that after breaking his knife, the defendant strangled the victim. In turn, the defense insisted on classifying the offense as robbery. Mursakulov pleaded guilty to robbery, which was his motive. His lawyer stated that he had repented for his actions. In addition, the defense claimed that Miracle had mental problems and acted abnormally. Meanwhile, the examination found him miraculously sane, so the court had the authority to impose a proper punishment on him, depending on the nature of the crime. According to the prosecutor, traces of potent drugs were discovered in Miraculous blood following the arrest, but this in no way mitigates his guilt. More sacrilege, in his final statement, admitted guilt and apologized to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family. I sincerely apologize to the people of this country. I apologize to the woman's family. It's a loss I can't compensate for. Please forgive me. Whatever the sentence, I will remain silent and will not appeal it. I apologized, said Mursakulov, and wept. The alleged motive was the defendant's desire to take Shanae's iPhone 12. He was unable to do so because she threw the phone into a ravine. In any case, only 2 people knew what happened that day, and one will never speak again. The prosecution requested that the sentencing be postponed because Tyson Edwards, the victim's brother, wanted to be present. The family of Shanae Brooke Edwards issued a statement urging Georgia's justice system to sentence Rafael Mursakulov to life in prison. We lost our lovely girl. Tragically, she disappointed and devastated many of her friends and family. We are proud of Chennai's accomplishments in many countries during her short life. According to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family statement, Rafael Mursakulov was found guilty during the March 9, 2022 trial. Shanae, brother Tyson, on behalf of the family, again requested that the defendant be sentenced to life in prison. Mercer Acula has apologized to Tyson Edwards, stating that he is not that type of person and that he simply got into this situation. As a result, Rafael Mersakulov, 33, received a 20-year prison sentence. According to Georgian law, the maximum sentence he can receive is 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss events that occurred in Wisconsin. Shannon Manny, 21, was supposed to pick up her younger brother from school on April 13, 2018, but she didn't show up and her phone was off. Shannon's parents had no idea what they would be dealing with when they reported their daughter missing to the police. Shannon Manny was born April 6, 1997, to Anshu and Vijay Mani. She was a small child when her parents moved from Fiji to the United States. Her family had lived in Waukesha, southeastern Wisconsin. Shannon grew up and went to school in this small, peaceful town. She was intelligent, attractive, and extremely social. Her parents believed Waukesha was the best place to raise their children. Shannon graduated from high school in 2015 and enrolled at the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. She enjoyed helping others and aspired to be a social worker. Despite her demanding schedule, Shannon joined her father at an organic food company. One day at work, she was introduced to Quentin Neal, 26, who was applying for a position similar to Shannon's, and Quentin was passionate about assisting others. Shannon envisioned one day building a shelter for women and children. Quentin also stated that he wanted to build a shelter for his community. With similar interests and perspectives on life, Shannon and Quentin became close quickly. The friendship between the two turned into a romance. Shannon was overjoyed to have met Quentin, and before long they were living together. Quentin cared for Shannon, and she ensured that their relationship was happy. They were planning their future until Shannon vanished. Shannon did not pick up her younger brother from school or show up for work on April 13, 2018. Her phone was turned off, and she had not informed anyone that she would be missing her work shift. On the same day, her parents went to the police station because they couldn't figure out where their daughter was. Detectives initially suspected Shannon had simply escaped or gone somewhere with friends due to her young age. However, her parents rejected the suggestion because such behavior was unusual for their daughter. She simply wasn't the type of person who would turn off her phone and spend time with her friends while her family was worried. Shannon's mother provided details that prompted investigators to take the case much more seriously. At the time she vanished, Shannon was 4 months pregnant. Women who are pregnant rarely disappear unless something bad happens to them. Shannon still had some money, documents, and other valuables in her room. That was another concerning factor. Shannon's parents told investigators that the child's father was 27-year-old Quentin Neal. However, when they called Quentin, he said he had no idea where their daughter was. Shannon had recently moved in with her parents, and Quentin claimed he had not seen her that day. The investigators called Quentin and asked him to come to the police station because they had questions they wanted answered. Quentin appeared anxious and stated that he would rush to the police station. When he arrived, Shannon's parents were still present. Quentin informed the investigators that the last time he saw Shannon was over 24 hours ago, when she was leaving his house to pick up her younger brother from school. They had only exchanged a few text messages and had not communicated again since. When investigators asked Quentin where he thought Shannon might be, he couldn't answer because Shannon's life revolved around school and work. Until that day, she had always communicated with her loved ones. However, Quentin remembered that another guy expressed interest in her despite knowing she was in a relationship and expecting a child. According to Quentin, this guy never stopped pursuing Shannon's affection, even after she asked him to leave her alone. Because jealousy frequently leads to reckless behavior, the investigators immediately labeled this man as a potential threat. The next day, police began interviewing Shannon's friends in an effort to find new leads. Information about the search for the young pregnant woman was distributed to all Wisconsin police stations. The first unsettling revelation came that same day Shannon's car was discovered in Milwaukee, about 20 minutes from her home. Forensic investigators thoroughly examined the vehicle inside and out, but discovered nothing suspicious. There were no signs of a carjacking, a struggle, or any other evidence of a crime. Shannon's cell phone was not in the car. However, fingerprints belonging to 3 different people were discovered. One belonged to Shannon, the other to Quentin, but the identity of the other fingerprints was unknown, and the police had to find out who left them. That same afternoon, the man mentioned by Quentin was detained for questioning. While he stated that he was extremely upset to learn that Shannon was missing, he denied what Quentin said, claiming that he and Shannon were just friends, and that he had never attempted to have a romantic relationship with her. When questioned by investigators, he admitted that he once confessed his feelings for Shannon, but she told him that they could only be friends. Since then, he hasn't attempted to gain Shannon's affection. The guy's fingerprints were compared to those in Shannon's car, and they matched. However, he justified this by claiming that Shannon frequently drove him to university, so it was no surprise that his fingerprints were discovered in her car. He also stated that Shannon went missing while he was 100 miles away from Waukesha, attending a baseball game. The investigators checked his alibi and, once confirmed, ruled him out as a possible suspect. The investigator quickly received a surprising and extremely important lead. In this case, Anshu Mani discovered her daughter's Apple Watch and viewed some of Shannon's text messages before returning to the police station. She handed over the watch to the investigators for examination. The investigators began reviewing Shannon's most recent text messages. They discovered some extremely interesting information. Quentin claimed that he did not meet Shannon on the day of her disappearance, but the text messages proved otherwise. On the day Shannon went missing, the two of them texted each other and agreed to meet. This means Quentin lied to both the investigators and her parents. And with this new piece of information, Quentin became the primary suspect in the case, while still looking through the messages and Shannon's watch. The investigators discovered that not everything was perfect in her relationship with Quentin. There were messages proving Quentin had been abusive to the mother of their unborn child. Shannon was taken aback by how her lover treated her. Quentin apologized for his behavior and pleaded with her not to abandon him. Shannon suggested that they take a break from the relationship. All of this information, combined with the fact that Quentin had a criminal record, led investigators to believe that he was not a good guy. Quentin was on parole after serving time in prison for robbery. Shannon's parents say he has been arrested multiple times for assault and misdemeanor offenses. They had recently grown distrustful of Quentin because their daughter was almost always depressed. Quentin was emotionally unstable about Shannon's pregnancy. Shannon informed her parents that she was pregnant. They met with Quentin, and he promised to look after Shannon and the baby, claiming that he had always wanted to have his own children and such. However, according to Anshu Mani, a few days after that conversation, Quentin texted her some strange messages in which he stated that he was wrong and did not want the baby. He wrote that Shannon should have an abortion. Police attempted to locate Shannon's cell phone and discovered it was last active on the afternoon of April 13th. In the area where Quentin lives, Shannon's mother asked how the severe bruising on her arms had occurred. Shannon began crying and explained that she had been beaten by Quentin, who had entered her vehicle and began punching her with his fists. Shannon eventually forgave Quentin and resumed her relationship with him, despite her parents' requests that she end the relationship. With all of this information at their disposal, investigators became concerned that Shannon might not be alive. They promptly requested a search warrant and proceeded to Clinton's home. At first glance, there appeared to be no evidence of a crime scene. It was clean, with no evidence of a fight or broken furniture or objects. Forensics sprayed the first floor with luminol, but discovered nothing. However, when they went down to the basement and sprayed luminol, the walls and floor glowed. There were marks all over the place, indicating that Shannon had most likely died. Quentin Neal was arrested and taken to the police station before being interrogated. The investigators examined the contents of his phone and discovered that he had been looking for lies online. He appears to have intended to use this chemical to conceal evidence of the crime. Throughout the questioning, Quentin repeatedly claimed that he had no idea where Shannon was and had no connection to her disappearance. However, this time the investigators had solid evidence, so Quentin began to change his testimony. He eventually admitted he was willing to confess to everything. He admitted that he had killed Shannon. But what really surprised the investigators was that he claimed he was acting in self-defense. He stated that Shannon came to his house that day to talk about their future and their child. They began to argue, and Shannon, according to Quentin, walked into the kitchen and took a knife and a gun that had been stored there for emergencies. Shannon began to threaten him, and he felt compelled to act quickly. They got into a fight, and Shannon died as a result. Quentin proceeded to tell the investigators that he was acting in self-defense. The investigators didn't believe his story because he had no defensive wounds on his body, but they continued to listen to him. According to Quentin, when he realized he had done something irreversible, he panicked in the basement of his house, where everything had occurred. He kept a large suitcase in an attempt to conceal the crime's evidence. Quentin Neal led the police to a storage unit about 6 miles from his home. That's where he'd hidden the suitcase. Shannon's lifeless body was discovered there, with her wrists and ankles tied with duct tape, making Quentin's claim of self-defense even more absurd. Shannon died as the result of 2 bullet wounds to the head, according to forensic experts. In addition, she had wounds on her body from knives. Shannon's parents' worst nightmare came true when detectives informed them of their daughter's death. On April 18, 2018, Quentin Neal was charged with the murder of Shannon Maney and her unborn son. There was enough evidence gathered for the court to return a guilty verdict. According to their correspondence on the day of her death, Shannon went to Clinton's house to discuss her pregnancy. They began to argue, and Shannon never left Neal's house again. The trial was supposed to begin in the spring of 2019. However, a few days prior, attorneys and court officials received anonymous letters, which caused the trial to be postponed for 3 months. The letters claimed Shannon's death was caused by someone other than Quentin Neal. However, after the author of the letters was identified, a judge ruled that the letters were no longer relevant because one of Clinton's friends wrote them to try to help him and confuse the investigation. However, that attempt was unsuccessful. Quentin Neal faced capital punishment. He denied the charges and claimed he was acting in self-defense. Shannon died 15 months ago. Her family hoped for justice and tried to stay positive. Shannon's mother on Shoe worked hard to keep positive memories alive, to be optimistic, and to not give up hope. She said that with the Shoe money we had saved, we could build a shelter home someday. Shannon was passionate about combating domestic violence and empowering women and children. Shannon Maney became a victim before her dream became a reality. On July 15, 2019, it was revealed that Quentin Neal had entered a plea agreement with the investigation. He admitted to being responsible for Shannon's and her child's deaths. According to the terms of the agreement, prosecutors dropped their efforts to seek the death penalty for him. On July 17, 2019, the Milwaukee County Circuit Court sentenced 28-year-old Quentin Neal to 2 concurrent life sentences. He will not be eligible for parole and will therefore spend the rest of his life in prison. Neal remained silent during his sentencing, never explaining why he committed the crime. Justice is served. The only thing that makes us happy is that he won't be able to hurt anyone else. Shannon's mother and Shoe Money claim that Shannon's parents want to prevent future tragedies like this one. We couldn't save her, but there are plenty of other Shannons we can help. And if I can help just one Shannon in my lifetime, that will be a blessing. Shannon hoped to open a shelter for women and children. According to her parents, they intend to keep this dream alive by opening a shelter in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, A young couple who had recently married stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7, in one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins. Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night, and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd return to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members dispersed to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chit and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passengers' inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press receives special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, The findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy, and some other friends. He began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting during the initial investigation. None of their colleagues interviewed Timothy. or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from base, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, The defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room, and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911, and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her. As the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance, a police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" And he thought he saw John nod sever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area, but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, They were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only one being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancée's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him, He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room: a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Take a look at this photograph. It features Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., also known as Lynn Keel, and his wife, Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for more than 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, while Elizabeth worked for Microbac Laboratories. Many of us probably have photos that, when we look at them, remind us that the lives of the people depicted in them changed dramatically shortly after the photo was taken. These words are equally applicable to this one. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see from the map, the location is quite remote. Lynn and Elizabeth, like many others, were planning for the new year as 2005 came to an end. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble struck their home. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. Elizabeth slipped and fell while leaving the house, hitting her head hard on the concrete steps corner. The injury she received was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth died from blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident by her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends. Elizabeth's sudden death was a huge shock. She was just 42 years old. After about a year, Lynn Keel decided to move on. He no longer drove trucks and instead worked in real estate. In 2007, during that trip, he went to Latin America for business purposes. Lynn, 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years younger. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful and a single mother of a daughter. Their relationship developed quickly. Diana moved to the United States, inspired by the American dream. She and Lynn moved into his home in Nash County, where his wife Elizabeth Keel was killed in an accident about a year before. Diana and Lynn married relatively quickly. A short time later, the couple welcomed a son named Max in 2017. Diana graduated from Nash Community College. The same year, she started working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. Their first few years together were nothing special, but their relationship gradually deteriorated. Diana told a close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and frequently verbally abused her. The atmosphere inside the house was almost always tense. Lynn would not let Diana be alone with anyone for extended periods of time. She started to consider divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her using the baby. He threatened her, saying that if she left him, he would deport her and she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children were her top priority. However, everyone's patience eventually runs out. Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School, and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, while 10-year-old Max lived with his parents. As previously stated, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by both patients and colleagues. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message from Diana that read, "Mom, I love you very much." The message arrived completely unexpectedly. Esperanza knew her daughter's marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to divorce her husband, but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days later that Diana's daughter Laura raised the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted a plea for help in finding her mother. The message stated, "This is insane. You see what happens to everyone else and don't believe it will ever happen to you. My mother is missing. If you see or hear anything, please notify me. And please, retweet. This helped me spread the word. Thank you." Laura called the medical center where her mother worked the same day, but Diana's co-workers had not spoken to her in the previous 2 days. An employee of the medical center contacted the police and requested a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker informed the dispatcher that Diana had not been heard from in 2 days. She was scheduled to work tonight. She's on schedule. The Wilson Medical Center nurse stated that she is the type of co-worker who is always 30 minutes early and who responds reasonably to text messages. She has not completed any of them. The woman said Diana's behavior was out of character and requested that the sheriff's office conduct a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who communicated with her family every day. She checked her social media frequently, but her messages were now unread. Her FaceTime calls went unanswered. Lynn was present when a police officer arrived at the Keel home. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance was reported to the police by her co-workers rather than him. Lynn informed the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days before, on March 8th, when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which raised suspicions. Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Keel 57 stated that his wife had gone out to run some errands but had not returned. He explained that she would leave from time to time and would not return for several days. The statement did not ring true. Free of charge, the man was released. Diana was reported missing, and police began a search for her. Investigators discovered that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days. And this was not a good sign. As I mentioned at the start of the video, this house is in a remote area, and there are no neighbors to share important information with the police. Nonetheless, detectives discovered that on March 8th, the couple was seen in a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her. aside from Lynn Keel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, they revealed that she was having marital problems. There was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and flee. The only thing preventing her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke with named only one person as a possible suspect in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Keel. Early in the investigation, an alarming discovery was made. Diana disappeared 2 years earlier. Lynn had insured her life for over $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary. In 2008, the sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute at the house, but no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation started. In addition, during the emergency call, the police received a disturbing call. A man later identified as a North Carolina Department of Transportation employee reported finding something on Poe's Hole Road. It appears that something is lying in the woods. He said, "I am not sure what it is, a body of something. I do not know." "How far is it down?" the dispatcher inquired. "Right here, at the end." The caller stated that I would be waiting right here. Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which appeared to have been there since her disappearance. It turned out that the worker was investigating an illegal dump when he noticed something suspicious. Poe's Hole Road is a dead-end street that leads to farmland. The fact that the body was discovered was fortunate. If fortunate is the right word under the circumstances, who knows how long it would have taken the police to locate Diana's body, given that it was 30 miles away from her home. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about her. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone stated, "What a tragic event, even more tragic. We now have a 10-year-old who has not had a mother," Stone added. "It's very difficult, especially when I realize how fragile life is. And now we have a child without a mother. It's extremely difficult. We have many unanswered questions. That is why we, at the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it is unclear how the woman died, there is clear evidence of foul play." When the police discovered his wife's body, they only had one suspect, Lynn Keel. He was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, and he answered the investigators. He claimed, as before, that Diana had frequently disappeared for several days but had always returned. These words contradicted what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew Lynn Keel had complete control over his wife's movements. He even forbade her from seeing her friends following the interrogation. The man was released because the autopsy results had yet to be obtained. 2 days after the body was discovered, authorities confirmed that it was Diana Alejandra Keel's. Her death devastated her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura set up a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral expenses. "My current priorities are to ensure that my mother is laid to rest in a manner more fitting than her death, and to ensure that my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us on a daily basis," she wrote. "By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy." Diana's cousin in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to pursue the American dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Javier Guevara said, "I can't believe it, I can't believe this. It's very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the terrifying details of Diana's death were revealed. She suffered extensive skull fractures as well as numerous sharp injuries to the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were discovered after Diana had died, which could indicate that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against her. When police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had fled. He was placed on a national wanted list, and a report stated that he may be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and that he could be dangerous. It was discovered that after being questioned at the police station, Lynn Keel drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home, stole his father's car, and fled. According to the search warrant, Diana and Lynn Keel shared authority and seized a number of firearms including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Swords, machetes, and knives were also seized. Warrants show that authorities discovered 2 pages from Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter's diary inside a Dodge Ram owned by Lynn Keel. When asked about the contents, the sheriff stated that he did not feel comfortable disclosing what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, The search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his current location was unknown. Stone stated that the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida regarding Keel's truck, but no additional information about his capture was confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and look for a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet that had been distributed. We have no idea where he could be. He stated that this is an opportunity for the public to assist because this individual is dangerous. On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was apprehended by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. He had a large sum of cash and a large supply of canned goods. He allegedly intended to cross the border and flee into Mexican territory. Lynn Keel was airlifted to Nash County following his arrest and charged in connection with the death of his wife, Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and abandoned for dead. Lynn Keel was also charged with kidnapping. When forensic investigators searched the house, they discovered overwhelming evidence that Diana was attacked in her bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote location, Keel went to a nearby Walmart and purchased cleaning supplies with which he attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, posted the following on her Facebook page: "I know everyone has an opinion about what my stepfather did to my family. However, I beg you all not to spread hatred. My brother's heart is so pure that he doesn't need to see hatred. We all need to remember how wonderful my mother was in healing us as best we can." The brutality of the crime, as well as Keel's subsequent flight from justice, drew the attention of local, state, and national media outlets. The media attention prompted the public defender at the time to request a change of venue so that a jury pool could be selected outside of Nash County. Despite the widespread media coverage of the crime, the motion for a change of venue focused on perceptions in Nash County. The Nash County Sheriff's press conferences were among those covered by the media. There have been numerous written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, and social media discussions. The defendant's previous wife died, prompting media speculation. The motion stated that the state objected to the motion, but also expressed concerns about efficiency and a waste of resources and time if a trial began in Nash County and then had to be transferred to another venue after the trial process began in Nash County. According to the motion, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner ultimately decided to move the venue to Pitt County. Sumner stated in the document outlining his decision that there is prejudice against this defendant in Nash County, which prevents him from receiving a fair and impartial trial. Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him in October 2021, avoiding a lengthy trial. A no contest plea, like a guilty plea, indicates that the defendant accepts responsibility for the killing charge and has pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping kills. Defense attorneys asked the judge to consider the fact that he has kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. However, at the sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter had died. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they should leave. Do not stay there. She begged the judge to impose a severe sentence. "I want you to feel the same compassion for Keel as he did when he killed her." Diana's cousin issued the following statement: "From all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to justice. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Nash County Sheriff's Office, as well as the genuine empathy they showed, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been viewed by the public as an incredible mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and co-worker. She adored her 2 children more than I could ever express. All she did was for them. She brought joy to the world with her contagious laugh, bright smile, and big heart for others, including animals, to everyone who knew her and would have liked to know her. Please think of her and her children with love and positivity. Thank you very much for your continued support." Lynn Keel did not reveal the motive for the crime. Perhaps he learned Diana was meeting with a lawyer and intended to start divorce proceedings. We should also remember the insurance policy worth more than $1 million. Lynn Keel was sentenced to 32 to 41 years in prison as part of the plea agreement. But that is not all. Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth, died and the police had questions. Was her death truly an accident? Her family claimed they had always had questions about her death. Elizabeth Keel's family issued a statement saying they have always questioned his death and are deeply saddened that another life has been taken. We'll follow up on all of the leads and review the information from the first incident reports. Stone stated, "We'll speak with the district attorney's office. It's something we should consider." Elizabeth Keel was buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said he is currently working with a pathologist and reviewing all of the evidence. He stated that they are likely to exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was North Carolina's chief medical examiner for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was a question that had not been answered at the time and could be answered by re-examining the remains. But he claims that there have been many cases in his career where a death that was thought to be accidental turned out to be murder. Someone died after falling from something. Then more information reveals that they did not fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in the examination. We would have the same results. However, the circumstances that led up to the incident have since changed. Butts stated that no new information regarding Elizabeth Keel's death has surfaced in the last 2 years. We can assume that authorities found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body. But we may hear more about this case in the future. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss a story that occurred in England in 2011. Emily Longley, 17, was full of hope and saw a bright future ahead of her. But, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. This case drew a lot of attention, not only because of the death of a young woman, but also because of how things turned out after she died. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, was born 2 years later. The girls had been close since childhood. They had a loving and caring family. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family relocated to New Zealand. Auckland was their new home. Emily fell into the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand. Her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to begin a new life with her grandparents. Emily flew to England in 2010 to attend Brockenhurst College. She wanted to study business and become a model in England. She lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, located to the west of the Pool, is a town in the county of Dorset and a popular resort on the English Channel coastline. Emily moved to England while her sister, Hannah, was still in school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but remained friendly. Emily was a stunning young woman who attracted a lot of attention. She met Elliot Turner, a 20-year-old, and he left an impression on her. Their communication eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Emily returned to New Zealand in April 2011 to see her family after a 6-month absence. Her father met her at the airport, and she ran up to him, hugging him tightly and telling him how much she missed him. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who adored her and missed her infectious smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the entire family visited Emily's favorite pizzeria. She informed her parents that, in addition to attending college, she was involved in modeling and had made some incredible friends. She also mentioned her current boyfriend, Elliot Turner, who is 20 years old. They'd only been dating for a few months, and she felt too young for anything serious. "I think I'll end it when I get back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks socializing with friends and family. She had a great time. No one expected to lose her so soon. Emily found it difficult to say goodbye to her family as her flight boarded. However, Emily promised to return in 5 months. She wanted to see the Rugby World Cup matches, which were scheduled to begin on September 9. A few days later, Emily texted her father to tell him she was breaking up with Elliot, but she didn't go into detail. Elliot acted strangely after seeing photos of Emily that she had posted on social media while in New Zealand. Elliot was envious of the guys in these photos. Elliot Turner, the wealthy jeweler's son, was 20 years old and appeared to be living a carefree life. Turner was a well-known figure in the Bournemouth and pool bar and club scenes, as well as a member of the firm, a group of wealthy young men. Turner's friends all talk about him because he brags. He met Emily in December 2010. The couple had a great time at the resort and frequently partied late into the night. Turner, who had a history of obsessing over women, soon became jealous. As a result, their relationship quickly turned violent. Some described him as being threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. He received a harassment warning letter from the police in January 2008, when he was 16, telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails after she ended their relationship. Turner loved being the center of attention. He did not have to work for a living. His parents provided him with everything he needed. Elliot everything he needed others, including his parents. His life revolved around parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He saw himself as a man who could do whatever he wanted. Elliot carried a hammer in case anyone attempted to contradict him. Turner's friends believed he fancied himself a gangster and aspired to be the person everyone went to for help. He could come to the bar and buy drinks for everyone. Elliot brags about driving a new Mini Hooper, which was a gift from his grandmother. He attempted to maintain his bad boy image by posting a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, and he frequently referred to himself as Scarface or God. He did not lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became deeply attached to her. She praised his image as a successful person, which he had worked hard to develop. As their relationship progressed, Turner began to exhibit more controlling behavior. He even threatened to kill Emily, an emotional plea to Turner. Emily wrote him a note a few months before she died saying, "I love you too. Do not say you will kill me." 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. Stop being so aggressive and become more cool, because that is far more attractive, and you scare me because you are so intimidating. When Turner began to reveal his true face and his controlling behavior began to exceed all reasonable limits, Emily realized he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner do not understand rejection. Emily spent the evening of May 6, 2011, with friends at one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she arrived at a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read Emily's Facebook messages and discovered she was dating another man. It annoyed him. He entered the club and started arguing with Emily. The entire story ended with the girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused and threatened her with violence. He did not like Emily's outfit. He felt it was too revealing. He dismissed Emily's breakup with him. The man was not going to let her leave. Elliot spoiled her evening, so she chose to leave. However, her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends overheard him say, "I'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It would not bother me." Turner caught up with Emily and persuaded her to go to his house. He stated that he wanted to talk in a more relaxed setting. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Maybe that's why Emily joined him. Perhaps she expected him to behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them enter the house. The following morning, Nina Turner, Elliot's mother, called 911 to report Emily's inability to wake up. It was approximately 9 a.m. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a need to follow the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, they could only announce Emily Longley's death. Anita, an Indonesian citizen, came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they refused to deny him anything, which was a huge mistake. During her conversation with the emergency services operator, his voice did not sound like that of a mother who had just discovered her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened in New Zealand, thousands of miles away from England. Emily's father, Mark, awoke at 2 in the morning to find a slew of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. Hannah also left a voice message, which Mark could barely understand. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background, followed by her words, "Emily has died." Mark refused to believe it. He phoned his mother in England. When she responded, his entire world fell apart. His mother was crying uncontrollably. Moments later, one of the cops grabbed her phone. "I'm sorry to inform you that your daughter Emily has died," he said. Mark could not believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch, smiling, just a week ago. Even after flying to the United Kingdom, the bereaved father refused to accept that his daughter had passed away. Unfortunately, it was not a dream. Emily's parents faced a heartbreaking challenge when their eldest daughter passed away. The police informed them that Emily had died in her sleep. It did not make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police gathered some evidence, but it was unclear what had happened to Emily. They needed to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators that they had been home all night and had heard nothing suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by sharing photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had no evidence to refute Turner and his parents' claims that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. The most important aspect of any death investigation is determining the cause. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they have a better understanding of the situation and how to proceed with the investigation. While awaiting the autopsy results, the investigators discovered that Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page just a few days before her death. "I have a stalker." She added that someone had just called me, and I was like, "Who is this?" And they said, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he said, "I'll tell you when I see you," and he kept inviting me out. So I hung up and they haven't stopped calling. Emily posted on Thursday, May 5. Simultaneously, the police discovered that Emily had a fight with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub patrons before dying. Investigators discovered that Turner tried to control Emily's every move, that he was aware of her meeting with another man, and, most importantly, that Elliot threatened to kill her several times. However, his friends dismissed this as meaningless, believing that Turner's words were simply meant to strengthen his image as a gangster. The autopsy did not reveal the exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts speculated that it could be strangulation, with one stating that the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators suspected that one of the Turner family members was involved in Emily's death, so they installed listening devices in their home. The police were right to investigate whether they were hiding anything. They overheard Elliot instructing his mother on how to interact with the police and what she should say. His father, Lee Turner, appeared to be the only one who recognized that what he was doing was wrong. He eventually submitted to his son and wife's will. While listening to the recordings, investigators also learned what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted to causing her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily died. He, of course, denied any guilt. His lawyers attempted to challenge the authenticity of the audio recordings. However, after reviewing all aspects of the case, the judge permitted the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not realizing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he was angry every day, and no one had ever irritated him more than Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer claimed that his client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner claimed that the chorale in his bedroom became violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he did not strangle her. He discovered her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner expressed disgust with his actions that night, allegedly after discovering Emily's death. He wrote a letter to his mother telling her how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner intended to leave the country on the day Emily died, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home, following the 999 call, they discovered packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death, after discovering false emails on her phone claiming he had smashed her face into a table. When describing their fight before she died, he mentioned that Emily had begun beating him with her hands and feet. He attempted to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a taxi. He claimed she simply ignored me at first. Then, 5 seconds later, she went crazy. I'd never seen Emily become so enraged. I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't stop. I kept repeating myself, "Stop it. Calm down." At this point, I grabbed her by the neck with my right hand. Defense attorney Anthony Dunn inquired, "Why did you do that?" Turner responded, "To keep her from going crazy. I didn't know what to do. My right hand came into contact with her neck. When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her turn, she replied, "Not very hard, but quite hard." I grabbed her and pushed her down on the bed. I pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. He claimed to have held her for 5 or 6 seconds before releasing her and storming out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily Turner, he said no. He said he thought Emily had fallen asleep. He allegedly realized Emily was dead only after she failed to wake up the next morning. Emily's father, Mark, told the Herald newspaper how difficult it was for him to lose his daughter. The truth is that death is unpleasant. It doesn't matter whether it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It stinks that someone is present one day, but not the next. Well, it is not something we can handle easily. Every anniversary is difficult. Birthdays are difficult. Christmas is difficult. Easter is also difficult because it marks the last time I truly spent time with her. Mark Longley said the most difficult part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. I miss witnessing the life she was denied. We caught a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father. Of course I am biased, but the world was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more enjoyable. During the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy child whose parents wanted to help him avoid punishment. The court heard that he was given full control of the family's home in Bournemouth's affluent Queen's Park neighborhood, where he would host parties for his middle-class friends. His father, Lee, described him as wild. He was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' home, allowing him to come and go without disturbing them. He strangled Emily on his bed in his minibar-equipped room. The police searched the computers seized from Turner and discovered the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The primary motivation for the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As previously stated, Elliot Turner learned about it. Even when in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him and that he had acted in self-defense by strangling her out of jealousy. In letters written from his prison cell to his friends, he announced that he would soon drive a new Range Rover and relocate to Spain. He intends to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable lifestyle. However, when the jury found him guilty, he quickly lost his illusions. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man who exuded arrogance. She described Emily as a lovely, kind, and fun-loving girl who made everyone around her happy. You have suddenly and needlessly extinguished that light. You didn't love her. She was only a trophy. The relationship, if you can call it that, was entirely about you. It was about control, which you exercised through aggression and threats. You can set aside thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and focus on why you were serving a life sentence. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months concurrent imprisonment for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner was not the only one on trial. Turner's parents, Nita and Lee, whom he used for cash to fund his extravagant partying, adored their son so much that they attempted to conceal his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter was allegedly found. His mother even put off calling an ambulance so that her son could cover his tracks and the family could come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner said she did not believe Emily had died. Under cross-examination, they asked if she believed Emily had ruined her son's life. After a 6-second pause, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asks Anita if they did the right thing. "We have done the right thing." Anita responded. Both Nina Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 54, were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs stated that the two of you chose to fight the case with little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you were unaware of the letter's contents when you destroyed it. The fact that it was burning in your conscience is clear from your anguished tone of voice on the recording. They were released in 2013, having served half of their sentence, and they continue to live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's father, Mark, burst into tears as he discussed the verdicts following the trial. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he stated, "What we have heard over the last 5 weeks has shocked and disgusted us. That a man so evil as Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of her for traveling halfway around the world to improve her life. This is the life Turner chose to end. Mark stated that there was a lot of discussion about Turner's boasting, and that no one took his threat seriously until it was too late. He went on to say that even his mother didn't believe him when he texted her that he was going to break Emily's neck. If someone had taken his threat seriously, Emily might still be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he did. In October 2020, according to the press, Elliot Turner's cellmates beat him in prison. It happened after he hung pictures of Emily in his cell and boasted about receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he announced that he would return to his life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds in 5 years. Turner will be eligible to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the correct decision regarding a person who has still shown no remorse for his actions. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occurred in the city of Duluth, which is in northern Georgia. In April 2005, Jennifer Wilbanks disappeared just 4 days before her wedding. Hundreds of people came searching for her, and the story of her disappearance captured the attention of the international media. Many women fantasize about marrying the person they love. They believe that this grand occasion will be unique in their lives, so they want the wedding ceremony to be at least as good as everyone else's. Making a guest list, selecting a venue, designing a menu, and purchasing a wedding gown were all exciting experiences. Jennifer Wilbanks, 32, has gone through. Jennifer Carol Wilbanks was born February 28, 1973. She has lived in Georgia all of her life, where she has family, friends, and worked. It was in Duluth that she met her 32-year-old fiancé, John Mason. John, like his family as a whole, was financially successful. The Masons operated a private medical clinic in Duluth. His friends described him as a kind and caring man who was always willing to help others in need. John and Jennifer had been dating for a year and seemed like the ideal couple. Everyone who knew them was overjoyed when they announced that they were getting married. The wedding preparations went well for them. The swanky ceremony, to which several hundred guests had been invited, was set for April 30th, 2005, a Saturday. However, 4 days before the wedding, on Tuesday, April 26th, John Mason reported Jennifer's disappearance to police. He explained that she had gone for an evening run and had never returned. He tried to find her on his own, but when he couldn't, he turned to law enforcement for assistance. The next day, April 27th, a search was launched involving over 300 police officers and volunteers. They searched the woods and bodies of water along Jennifer's planned route. In such cases, every minute counts, so the police involved officers who were supposed to be off duty. On the same day, April 27th, one of the search teams discovered potential clues, including clothing, sneakers, and a strand of long, dark hair. All of the findings were sent to the laboratory for analysis. Jennifer's family posted and distributed flyers featuring her image in the hopes that someone would have seen her or had valuable information for the investigation. The media became involved in covering the story. Additionally, billboards with Jennifer's image appeared throughout the city. The police checked the house where she lived with John, but it was mostly a formality. Detectives discovered nothing suspicious in the couple's home. So on Thursday, April 28th, Major Donald Woodruff of the Duluth Police Department announced that Jennifer Wilbanks' disappearance was being investigated as a criminal case, with the FBI and Georgia Bureau of Investigation involved. A second day of searching produced no results either. There was no sign of Jennifer. Her family was shocked by what had happened and did everything they could. They asked radio and television stations to publicize Jennifer's disappearance, implying that she had been kidnapped and taken out of state. They begged the possible kidnapper to let her go. The cable news networks swarmed around the incident like flies on a pie. Where was Jennifer? Did something bad happen? She did not take her person's keys. She planned to marry in 4 days at a grand wedding with 28 chaperones and 600 guests. Jennifer's style did not include not calling her family or sobbing during press conferences and interviews due to stress. In this photo, an unhappy groom, John Mason, is comforting his bride's mother. Those who watch real crime videos on a regular basis, as well as those involved in Jennifer's disappearance, have most likely already solved this case mentally. Answer a single question for yourself. Have you figured out who will appear in the document? John was the last person to see Jennifer alive, and when the investigation yielded no results, suspicion fell on him. The detectives decided to find out who was hiding behind the guise of a law-abiding do-gooder who went to church every Sunday and, according to his friends, couldn't kill a fly. The man was asked to take a lie detector test, but he refused. Instead, he took a private polygraph test in front of his lawyer, and the results were given to the police. However, such strange and unusual behavior only heightened detectives' suspicions about John Mason. The test results provided to the police did not definitively answer the question of whether John was involved in the disappearance of his fiancée. Detectives conducted a more thorough search of the couple's home to determine whether he had any motive to get rid of Jennifer, and 3 computers were seized. It is worth noting that no evidence of a struggle or other crime was discovered in the house on Friday, April 29th. Jennifer's relatives offered a $100,000 reward the day before her wedding for information that could help them find her, dead or alive. Police held a press conference to announce that the active part of the search would be halted. According to the chief of the local police, they must have investigated every possible lead in this town. There were no clues, so they called off the search in the area. John Mason attended the press conference but did not speak with reporters. Jennifer's uncle suggested that John simply didn't know what to say, which added to the speculation about his role in his fiancée's disappearance. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the clothes, shoes, and lock of hair discovered on the first day of the search had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance. According to police reports, the finds were for litter. The only suspect who might have had a motive was John, a journalist who was at his house all day and literally followed him around. There was little doubt that he was involved in the bride's disappearance, but proof had yet to be discovered. The next day, April 30th, was scheduled to be spent at the wedding. But now, people were gathering to pray for Jennifer's safe return. On the evening of April 29th, John received a phone call. A number appeared on the screen, but John wasn't sure who it belonged to. When John answered the phone, he put it to his ear. He was nearly speechless. He heard Jennifer's voice. She claimed that she was kidnapped, taken somewhere, and forced to be intimate. She cried and said that after everything was done, she had been released and now she had no idea where she was. This image depicts John rejoicing that his beloved is alive. I cried. I laughed. I tried to remain calm and talk to her to help her stay calm. John stated that he had no idea that his joy would be quickly overshadowed by an interesting circumstance. After speaking with John, Jennifer dialed 911. She told the operator that she had been kidnapped and then released, and that she had no idea where she was. The number from which she called was traced, as it came from a payphone in Albuquerque, New Mexico, more than 1,400 miles from Duluth, Georgia. Police officers were dispatched to the address where the phone was found, and when they arrived, they discovered Jennifer. Her family thanked everyone involved, including the media, for successfully convincing the kidnapper to release Jennifer. When the police took Jennifer to the station, they noticed that her appearance did not match the accounts she gave of her captors, whom she described as a man and a woman in their 40s, torturing her in a blue van with her hands and feet tied inside. The FBI agents who came to speak with Jennifer quickly discovered inconsistencies in her story. And when they pointed these inconsistencies out to her, she admitted that no one had kidnapped her on April 26th. She told John that she was going for a run, but instead went to the station and boarded the bus that brought her to New Mexico. According to her, she did so because she could not stand the pressure and excitement of her upcoming wedding. News outlets found that she had a history of criminal behavior, including 3 separate charges of shoplifting. In 1996, She stole $37 worth of merchandise from Walmart in 1997. She was accused of stealing $1,740 worth of merchandise from a supermarket. She was 24 years old at the time. Jennifer repaid the damages and was placed on community service, and after completing that, the theft charges were dropped in 1998. She was caught stealing again, this time for $98 in damages. She was also accused of stealing from the homes of people who hired her as a nanny. She always managed to avoid imprisonment because the thefts were petty after her kidnapping story ended. All was well in some sense. Jennifer was found alive and unharmed. But on the other hand, the state of Georgia spent nearly $60,000 searching for her on April 30th. Jennifer returned to Duluth to shield herself from the attention of the people and reporters greeting her at the airport. She hid her head under a plaid. There was no more talk of the wedding, which was scheduled for that day, and it was postponed indefinitely. She left Georgia because of the pressure of the wedding. Officer Michael Medrano said the list of things she needed to get done, and no time to do it, made her feel overwhelmed. It turns out that Miss Will Banks basically felt the pressure of this large wedding and could not handle it. Duluth Police Chief Randy Belcher added that John turned out to be an abandoned bridegroom who, contrary to rumors, suspicions, and baseless accusations, had nothing to do with his bride's disappearance. Jennifer was dubbed the runaway bride. She publicly apologized to her family, friends, and residents. According to John, the first thing he did when he saw Jennifer again was to give her the engagement ring she had left behind to show that he still wanted to marry her. Just because we haven't walked down the aisle, just because we haven't stood in front of the 500 people and said, "I do," my commitment before God to her was the day I bought that ring and put it on her finger. Mason said on Fox, and I'm not backing down from that now. On May 9, 2005, Jennifer went to a medical facility to address the physical and mental problems that she believed were instrumental in her escape. On May 25, 2005, she was charged with making false statements relating to her abduction. She faced up to 5 years in prison for this charge on June 2, 2005. As part of a plea bargain, Jennifer was found guilty of perjury and sentenced to 2 years of probation and 120 hours of community service. She was also ordered to pay just over $15,000 in restitution for expenses incurred by the city in her search. The story doesn't end there. However, in September 2006, Jennifer sued her now ex-fiancé John Mason. The couple had, by this time, broken off their engagement and separated. In the lawsuit, Jennifer claimed that while she was in treatment, she gave John power of attorney to act on her behalf. According to her, John sold the rights to their story for $500,000 to Reagan Media. He used the proceeds to buy a house that was registered in his name only. Now that they had broken up, John had kicked her out of the house. Jennifer demanded $250,000 in compensation for her share of the house and another $250,000 in damages. John Mason countersued, claiming emotional distress over being left at the altar and suspected involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. In December 2006, both parties dropped their lawsuits. Allegedly, a settlement was reached between them. Thanks to the attention of not only American but also various world media, Jennifer became popular for a while, and some companies wanted to make money from her fame. Hero Builders, a manufacturer of figurines, rushed to create a doll depicting Jennifer Wilbanks in a sports suit with Vegas Baby written on it. Included was a small towel that was placed over the doll's head to imitate the woman's appearance on television when she returned to Duluth. Will Banks has inspired a runaway bride action figure and a hot sauce called Jennifer's High Tail and Hot Sauce. A musical play based on the story of Jennifer Wilbanks opened on March 13, 2008, at the Red Clay Theater in Duluth, Georgia. A photo of Will Banks appears in the trailer for the 2008 movie Professional Poker the Grand as one of the many women Woody Harrelson, his character, has been married to in the past. John Mason, who had already spent a lot of money on a failed wedding where several hundred people had been invited, married another woman in 2008. In a quiet ceremony at his parents' home in Duluth, Jennifer married in 2010, but 11 years later, the marriage dissolved and she still lives in Georgia. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age, and while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an app on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue card. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto 2 different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Legg, Lidar, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 other friends whom he did not know very well. The 4 of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber. His father told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the Carr Wildlife Area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All 3 people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The 3 officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jodi's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jodi Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jodi without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cali wildlife area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jodi Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jodi's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jodi's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jodi's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jodi Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jodi's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jodi Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jodi's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jodi pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jodi Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jodi's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, "And I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves." That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm Jody's mother died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in Pennsylvania in 2014. Jessica Paget, 33, left work to send a fax but never returned. Her family filed a missing person report. CCTV footage helped to solve this case. What happened to the woman was so shocking that the jury refused to watch the video evidence presented by the prosecutor during the trial. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980. The woman has lived her entire life in Pennsylvania. She was a very energetic and cheerful child, and her parents, Thomas and Danielle, divorced when she was still a child. Jessica's mother soon married another man, and she considered him her second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, she attended college to study preschool education. Jessica met Michael Paget during her college studies. They began dating and eventually lived together. During their 8-year relationship, the couple had 2 children. However, they decided to marry only in August 2014. Some sources also claimed that they had another child, Michael's son, from a previous relationship. Michael was a caring father and husband. However, as with any other family, the couple's relationship had its ups and downs. Nonetheless, Jessica was pleased with Michael. And then, 4 months after the wedding, she went missing. She spent 2 years working at a kindergarten in Northampton. She enjoyed this job because she loved children and knew how to quickly establish a common language with them. The children liked Jessica and enjoyed spending time with her. On November 21, 2014, she took her older children to school before heading to work with her younger son. The latter led to the same kindergarten where Jessica worked. It was a normal day, with no signs of trouble. Jessica approached the administrator at lunchtime and requested permission to leave work for a short time in order to send a fax from her mother and stepfather's home in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator allowed her to leave. Jessica traveled by car, leaving her son in kindergarten. She was supposed to return within half an hour. However, an hour passed and Jessica did not return. Her coworkers became concerned and began calling her, but she did not respond. An hour later, the kindergarten administrator contacted Michael and asked if he knew where Jessica was, stating that she had left work for a while but never returned. Michael said he was at work and had no idea where his wife was. He also stated that he would try to contact her himself. Michael immediately began calling Jessica, but every call went to voicemail. It wasn't like Jessica, who never missed a call from her family. Michael decided to call his wife's mother, Danelle Bittner, who was in Florida, and see if Jessica had contacted her. But Danielle made no contact with her daughter that day. As a result, she became very concerned. She was also aware that not answering the phone was unusual for Jessica. Danielle told Michael to call her husband and Jessica's stepfather, Greg, and speak with him. But, as it turned out, Greg did not see or speak with Jessica that day. The relatives became increasingly worried with each passing minute. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts to reach her daughter, Danielle went to the airport and purchased a ticket for the next flight to Pennsylvania. Michael called the police 4 hours after Jessica left work to report his wife missing. He stated that Jessica would never have abandoned the children voluntarily. As a result, he was concerned that she had suffered a terrible fate. The police immediately launched an investigation, sending Jessica's description to every station in the surrounding cities. Jessica was approximately 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds. She had brown hair, hazel eyes, and a tattoo of a footprint on her shoulder. The last time someone saw her, she was dressed in gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words duck, duck, goose on the front and staff on the back. They checked all local hospitals and morgues, but no one fit the description. Detectives were trying to figure out where the mother of 3 children might have gone. They questioned her co-workers, but everyone agreed that Jessica had no enemies. Both the children and their parents adored her. They also mentioned that Jessica seemed fine when she left work for lunch. They noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife missing, police were able to track Jessica's phone signal. According to the data collected, her phone was about a mile away from the kindergarten where she worked. This data was not completely accurate because there is always some error when determining a phone's location. Nonetheless, the police knew where the signal was coming from. It had already become dark outside when they began their search. In one of the parking lots, officers discovered a white Subaru Outback. It was Jessica's car. The car was empty and unlocked. Her purse contained documents and bank cards. The keys were in the ignition, and Jessica's phone was on the passenger seat, near her purse. There was no evidence of a crime in the car. At first glance, the police were required to answer several questions. Where's Jessica? What made her abandon her car and valuables so close to the kindergarten where she worked? The police required CCTV footage to answer these questions. The back wall of the store across the street was equipped with a CCTV camera. It captured the location where they discovered Jessica's car. The police entered the store and asked the manager to show them the recordings. While reviewing the footage, they noticed Jessica driving into the parking lot shortly after 1 p.m., getting out and standing at the driver's door for a while. After this, she left and never returned. The investigators couldn't figure out why Jessica left her documents, phone, and keys and vanished. Could she have gone into hiding voluntarily? Jessica left her car and walked between these 2 buildings to another parking lot. She then vanished, as there were no cameras present. The investigators watched the recording on a small OLED monitor in the store. As a result, they created a copy of the video to show at the station on a modern, large screen. The Northampton Police Department was small, so they had to enlist the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police to organize the search. They distributed flyers featuring Jessica's image throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, as well as via the media and social networks. State police detectives began retracing the events that led up to Jessica's disappearance. The first thing they did was talk to the kindergarten staff once more. After learning that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house, the detectives went there to find answers to their questions. This house was about 4 miles from the kindergarten, so the journey took about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the detectives spoke with Danielle and her husband Greg, who informed them that Jessica had the keys to the house and could come at any time. Danielle was in Florida on the day she went missing, and Greg was also away. Every sent fax is recorded in the device's usage history. However, Greg's fax machine turned out to be faulty, so it was unclear if Jessica was at her mother's house that day. Perhaps she chose to use another fax machine. However, this does not explain why she left her belongings in the car. Next, the detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband, Michael. He claimed that on the day his wife vanished, he was the first to leave the house. A friend picked him up and they went to work together. They checked Michael's statement because it is common for a husband to be involved in his wife's disappearance or death. Meanwhile, they formed a search party. The media reported Jessica's disappearance and asked anyone with information to contact the police. 2 days have passed since the woman's disappearance, and the police have no new leads. To find out if Jessica had arrived at her mother's house, the detective began looking for surveillance cameras along the way. There was only one road that led to her mother's house. Next to this road, there was an Exxon gasoline station. It of course had security cameras. If Jessica was going where she said she was going, she should have been captured on this camera's recording. Watching the video, the detective spotted Jessica's car. She drove there around 12:56 p.m. It was only a few minutes from the gas station to her mother's home. She had to drive back quickly because the fax machine was not working. I checked the recording to see if her car drove in the opposite direction. The officer noticed something strange. Just 14 minutes later, the car reappeared in the video. Her white car drove through the gas station at high speed, eventually leading the police to her car. And Jessica's driving style was unusual. She could have driven straight, but instead she turned towards the gas station and drove onto the other side of the road without stopping. She then drove to the city center and parked her car there. The only plausible explanation was that Jessica was in a hurry and there was a red traffic light at the intersection, so she drove through the gas station and ended up on another road with a green light. After that, she abandoned the car in the parking lot, where a police officer later discovered it. The investigators discovered something new while reviewing the footage of Jessica leaving her car. Jessica's height was 5 feet and 4 inches, and she weighed 130 pounds. However, the person who exited the car was significantly taller and heavier. The experts estimated Jessica's height to be between 5 feet and 11 inches and 6 feet and 3 inches based on the height of her car. When the police investigated the abandoned car, they discovered that the driver's seat was as close to the steering wheel as possible. This position would make sitting behind the wheel uncomfortable for anyone taller than 5 feet, 11 inches. However, the police discovered an explanation for this. After getting out of the car, the person bent down and, according to the detectives, moved the seat as close to the steering wheel as possible, attempting to give the police reason to believe Jessica was driving. But who was the tall person? Michael's height turned out to be about 6 feet. The police summoned the man for questioning. He stated that he was not involved in the disappearance of his wife, whom he said he cherished. He, like before, claimed to be at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives interviewed Michael's co-workers and obtained a report on the geolocation of his phone on the day Jessica disappeared. He was not lying. Michael was at work when his wife disappeared, so he is not on this recording. It was the 4th day since Jessica's disappearance, and it's hard to imagine how stressed her children must have been. Their lives were not the same. The search continued but produced no results. The investigators were perplexed when they rewatched the video of someone getting out of Jessica's car. Once again, the officers discovered something new. A minute after the unknown person vanished behind the building, a white SUV, possibly a Ford, was left behind. Jessica's stepfather, Greg, matched the height description and drove the same vehicle. Greg was asked by the police to come to the station for a few questions. The man was stunned to learn that he had been named as a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. He stated that he left his car for repair at one of the service centers, and that day, a neighbor brought him there to pick up his Ford. After that, he stopped at an Exxon gas station to eat something. The same gas station provided the police with the CCTV footage. Greg was unaware of this, though. After reviewing the video again, investigators noticed him driving past the Exxon gas station 2 minutes after leaving the parking lot. He didn't stop for lunch, and Greg lied. Could the man Jessica referred to as her father have been involved in her disappearance? After speaking with the man's neighbor, the detectives discovered she did not drive him to the car service. It meant that Greg's entire story was a lie. Putting all of the facts together, the investigators determined that Greg was home when Jessica arrived to send the fax. Perhaps something happened, and Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. A group of police officers visited the man's home. Danielle, Jessica's mother, gave the police permission to inspect the house. One of the officers went directly to the fax machine and discovered that Greg had lied about it not working. Furthermore, the device usage history confirmed that Jessica did send the fax. As a result, she was at her parents' house on the day she went missing. A trash can in the basement contained blood-stained napkins. Greg's home shoes, discovered in a dumpster on the street, also had dried blood on them. Danielle told the police that Greg had called the garbage company the day before and asked them to pick up the trash she hadn't given. However, she remembered that the trash can was not yet full. Very likely, that's how Greg got rid of the evidence, specifically the cleaning products and rags. The police interrogated Greg again, informing him that they knew all of his statements were false and that they had discovered evidence in his home. They also stated that they knew Jessica was in his home on the day of her disappearance. Following that, the man began talking. Gregory Graff, or simply Greg, told investigators that when he arrived home on the afternoon of November 21st, he discovered Jessica's car in the driveway and bloodstains on the carpet. He claims she was already dead when he returned home. He stated that he panicked and was afraid to call the police because he knew no one would believe him. He drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center before returning home. Graff claims that Jessica died because she owed someone money. Gregory Graff had told yet another lie. Detectives discovered that Graff purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. They were tired of hearing Graff's nonsense, so they asked him directly where he had placed his stepdaughter's body, claiming that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Graff changed his testimony once he realized he'd been caught. He explained that he was at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked if she could send a fax. Graff stood behind her as she used the computer. He said he was aroused and desired his stepdaughter. Without saying anything, he took out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. Then he moved Jessica's body into her bedroom and drove her car to a city center parking lot. His Ford was standing near the car service, where he had previously left it for minor repairs. That is why he went there. After getting out of Jessica's car, he adjusted the seat so that everyone assumed she was driving. His next words shocked the investigators. When he got home, he turned on the video camera and placed it next to the bed. Then you'll understand what I mean, even if the phrase sounds strange. He recorded a video of his interactions with his stepdaughter. Jessica, as you are aware, is no longer alive. The police later discovered the video on Greg's computer. He then claimed to have wrapped her body in a blanket and hidden it in a ravine near his home. After that, he returned home and started cleaning. Graff stated during the interview that he wished he could get help. "I'm not actually a bad guy," Graff told Pennsylvania State Police Corporal Jeffrey Smith. "I just lost my mind following the confession." He discussed how his life had changed since the crime. "I lost everything." Graff stated that my business was my home in Florida, my dogs were my wife, and he then mentioned his family and parents, but he never mentioned Jessica's death. As a result, Danielle discovered both that her daughter had died and that her husband was responsible. But what Greg had done to the body went beyond the woman's imagination. Following Graff's arrest, authorities released an official statement. "Unfortunately, we have some sad news to share today. Jessica Paget died. She is a victim of homicide." Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell stated, "We are still a little hesitant to believe the defendant's version of events, however. We have reason to believe that there was a will motive in this whole situation. Unfortunately," he said. According to Morganell, the prosecutor's office reviewed all of the evidence to determine whether Graff planned the attack. Through a statement issued by the Pennsylvania State Police, Paget thanked law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. "The loss of Jessica has left us devastated. She was a stunning, vibrant young woman who was adored by her family and friends. The world is less bright today." According to the statement, Gregory Graff, 53, was charged with taking Jessica Paget's life. At this stage of the investigation, some speculated that when Jessica arrived, Greg attempted to persuade her into intimacy, but when she refused, he was afraid of exposure and killed her. But there was no way to prove this because Jessica had no defensive wounds on her body. She died of a single wound to the back of the head, which supported Greg's testimony. According to Pennsylvania law, the man could face the death penalty. However, because Jessica was dead when he committed the second part of his heinous crime, the prosecutor's office had no authority to seek the death penalty for him. After examining Greg and Jessica's computers and phones, the police discovered no evidence of a connection between them other than the stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. The trial started in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli stated that Philadelphia Attorney John McMahon, Jr., never filed the results of Gregory Graff's mental health evaluation. McMahon claimed he had Graff evaluated for an insanity defense, but Graff did not have diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use the evaluation at trial. Danelle Bittner said she learned about her daughter's disappearance on November 21st, while in Florida shopping for carpets for her new home. When Graff picked her up at Lehigh Valley International Airport on November 22nd, he said everything would be fine. They would find her. At one of the court sessions, the jury was required to watch a 6-minute video of Greg's heinous crimes. He used adult toys that he'd purchased the day before. The jury did not want to watch the video, but the judge insisted they do so before making a decision. Graff's lawyer attempted to prove that it was not a planned crime and that his client committed a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. As a result, Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell made the difficult decision to show the jury a 6-minute video recording captured by Graff. Morganell stated that Graff pleaded not guilty to both charges. It left him with no choice but to present all of his evidence to convince jurors that the crime was premeditated. The Commonwealth had to show you what he did. Morganell said in his closing argument that it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't tasteful, but we had to show you what he did. Criminals aren't exactly geniuses, which is one advantage. Morganell claimed they make mistakes. The jury took only 6 minutes to reach a unanimous decision. Gregory Graff was found guilty of killing Jessica and abusing her body. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge asked him if he had anything to say. Graff replied, "No, sir, I'm just really sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge recommended that the jury seek psychological counseling. Following the verdict, Jessica Paget's husband, Michael, stated that it has been difficult to move on without the only woman he has ever loved and to raise 3 children alone. She was the most wonderful person you had ever met. He told reporters that Danielle had filed for divorce. However, there were complications, so she had to go to court. Gregory Graff, 55, who appeared in court via video feed from his Pennsylvania prison cell, refused to sign documents granting him 25% of his joint assets with Danelle Bittner. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After committing the heinous crime, Victor Alexander Portorial Mendoza went to the home of his girlfriend's father, Reina, to retrieve forgotten children's clothing. He took a tablet belonging to one of the victimized girls and pawned it at a nearby pawn shop for approximately 500 pesos. The next day, he spent the equivalent of $10 while on vacation with his best friend Crystal at the beach. During the outing, he admitted that he had done something wrong to his lover, but without providing any specifics. Crystal later stated that she deduced the gravity of the situation based on Victor's tone, words, and expression. She allegedly tried to visit the house to see if Reina and her children were okay. Victor, on the other hand, declined the visit, citing the disorder and the family's difficult emotional atmosphere. That was enough for the girl to conclude that she had done her best in the circumstances. Crystal did not report to the police. Concerned neighbors contacted the police after the smell of decomposition emanating from Reina and Victor's home became too strong to ignore or explain with rotting garbage or dead animals on the property. The pungent, nauseating odor was undoubtedly emanating from the newly relocated couple's home, where flies gathered at the windows. Reina and Victor had just moved into the house and had yet to make friends with the neighbors. No one had the couple's phone numbers or other contact information. Furthermore, no one had seen Reina, Victor, or the children in several days due to an inability to contact the homeowners, and the frightening smell alarmed neighbors who called emergency services. A few hours later, law enforcement officers picked up the door lock and entered the residence. Inside, they were met with a truly terrifying sight. The 4 lifeless bodies of Raina and her daughters were discovered in a room next to their mother, while the son was found hanging from a rung in a closet. It is unclear how the press got to the scene so quickly. But no sooner had the detectives identified and located the man who lived with Raina than a report with shocking details about the family's death aired on one of the major metropolitan television channels. While working in his workshop, Victor Alexander Portorial learned that police had broken into his home and discovered the bodies of 4 victims. When he realized he was about to be detained, he sent a message to the workshop owner. "I ended the life of the person I loved the most. She loved me with all of her soul, and I loved her without any arguments. This is a very sad story." In messages to Miguel Orania and Mariciani, he shared Reina's relatives' contact information and asked them to forward it to the police. He explained that he only trusted Miguel to express his deep regret for what had happened and asked him to convey to the biker club his final wish, to leave as a biker at the funeral, accompanied by a large motorcycle. Victor's last message, after which he stopped responding to Miguel, has made me doubt everyone. Everyone wants to save me, but it won't happen. I am leaving this damned world. I don't care what happens. I am leaving. See you later. Miguel Arania contacted the police, told them everything, and revealed that his friend had reportedly committed suicide. Law enforcement officers located Victor's cell phone and responded to the scene. Victor Alexander Portorial Owl did not harm himself. Furthermore, he didn't even consider it. He didn't feel any remorse or guilt for what happened. The man was aware that he would be apprehended and, in some ways, planned his arrest to ensure his safety. He gathered his essentials in his backpack and headed to a small park near the workshop. For a while, he sat pensively on the sidewalk beside the park. A passerby approached him and asked if he needed assistance. He shakes his head from side to side. He said he was fine, stood up, walked into the park, and lay down on the grass in this position, gazing serenely at the sky and placing his hands behind his head. Victor lay down for nearly an hour. Around 8 a.m., a national police vehicle arrived. He did not move or resist arrest. The arrest lasted less than 5 minutes. Reina Isabel's Encarnación was born in 1985 in the Dominican Republic. Reina's parents separated a few years after her birth. Her father left the family but continued to support his ex-wife and daughter. Later, Reina's mother met another man, and the girl gained a stepfather who gradually became another father to her. Reina formed a strong bond with her mother's new husband, while maintaining a positive relationship with her biological father. Both men treated her with kindness and concern. Reina grew up to be a curious and energetic child. She loved learning and attending school. Her father's house was nearby, and she saw him frequently. This intelligent and cheerful girl appeared to have a bright future ahead of her. After finishing school, Reina enrolled in university and began her studies in commercial law. At the same time, she applied to the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo with the goal of obtaining a second degree in medicine. But she was denied admission and had to postpone her dream until the following year. When Reina turned 20, she met Daniel Bowden, a man much older than her. Despite their considerable age difference, a romantic spark ignited between them. A few months into their relationship, Reina became pregnant and they married. This union produced 3 children: Daniela, Aramina, and Angela. Reina had to give up her dream of pursuing a second higher education. At first, Reina and Daniel's marriage appeared ideal. However, as time passed, the age gap began to have an impact on their relationship, resulting in frequent disagreements. Daniel realized that their constant disagreements were detrimental to their children. After 8 years together, the couple decided to part ways. A long legal battle ensued, primarily over child custody. Unable to reach an agreement on their own, family court specialists intervened, deciding to conduct a psychological evaluation to assist the children in determining who they wanted to live with. The experts concluded that the father should be the guardian, based on his age, financial situation, and the opinions of the older children. However, the judge who made the final decision ignored the expert recommendations and awarded custody of the older children to Reina. Angela, Daniel's youngest daughter, was to be raised by one of his sisters. Tragically, this decision deprives the children of both a future and a life. The years that followed demonstrated that the judge should have followed the advice of experts. It turned out that Reina's struggle was about alimony rather than the children. After gaining custody of the older children, She immediately handed them over to her mother, believing this was the best option for everyone. She then filed a new legal dispute over alimony payments. Raina claimed that her ex-husband did not pay her any of the court-ordered money. Daniel countered that he had fulfilled all obligations, but he was unable to provide proof that the payments were made in cash. The legal battle lasted several months and ended in the mother's favor, with Daniel paying additional alimony. Significantly, during the second legal proceeding, Ren's mother testified on behalf of her former son-in-law, Daniel. She believed Daniel was a wonderful and responsible father who deserved better treatment. She emphasized that he and her daughter had spent 8 wonderful years together, with Daniel being a good, responsible husband and father. This is not to say that Raina abandoned her children entirely. She visited them almost every day at their grandmother's house and took them to her home on weekends. The rest of the time she enjoyed life to the fullest, making up for lost youth. Attending one of the parties, she met her new love, Victor Alexander Porterreal. It's unclear what drew the young woman to Victor. He was 2 years younger than Raina. On the one hand, Victor made a strong first impression. A mystically inclined young man with long black hair and glowing white contact lenses, a biker and a metalhead. On the other hand, he was a filthy, unkempt, introverted, and insecure man. These peculiarities did not deter the girl. The couple quickly moved in together after falling in love. Raina's mother accepted Victor. The young man won her over with his affability and numerous stories about difficult life situations he had encountered. He frequently and in detail described his difficult childhood when his mother abandoned him in the care of a strict and harsh father. Unfortunately, manipulating the maternal instinct did not notify the children's grandmother. On the contrary, it made her like the manipulator more. Victor was born in 1987. He did spend his early years with his father. It is unclear if he was cruel to him. Victor learned to adapt to circumstances, even if they were uncomfortable for him, and no one in his environment noticed anything unusual about him other than his appearance. Since childhood, Victor was never in conflict. He excelled in school, graduating with honors. He couldn't go to university because his parents couldn't afford it. As a result, he began looking for work and quickly landed an internship at a motorcycle repair shop. Since then, motorcycles have become his passion. Victor eventually acquired a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and joined the subculture of motorcycle enthusiasts and fans, a quiet, law-abiding citizen who has never received a parking ticket. Victor, however, terrified those around him, always dressed in black, with eye makeup, painted nails, and frequently wearing white contact lenses. Very rarely did his control fail, revealing the lurking monster. Following the incident, a neighbor described how he accidentally saw Victor pottery while catching a neighbor's chicken, slitting its throat, and drinking the hot blood directly from the bird's wound. Raina and Victor took the kids on weekends and occasionally on weekdays. The grandparents were relieved to have a break from their 3 noisy and active grandchildren. They noticed that their daughter's new partner was caring and attentive to the children. Raina never complained to her parents about Victor, and they never appeared to disagree, which pleased her parents greatly. The only blemish on this idyllic scene was a disturbing piece of information they had accidentally discovered. Victor had a 10-year-old daughter, and her biological mother had obtained a restraining order that prevented Victor from approaching her. Raina's parents didn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Raina's stepfather followed Victor around several times, but discovered nothing unusual or incriminating. The young man did not consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and he was either at home or at work repairing motorcycles. He was never rude to the kids, even when left alone with them. In other words, despite suspicions, he appeared to be a normal person. Raina's parents dismissed the restraining order as her birth mother's eccentricities and settled down. The tale ended when the aunt, who had been caring for Angela, the youngest daughter, informed Raina that she could no longer care for her. Around the same time, Raina's mother developed health problems, forcing the grandchildren to relocate from their grandmother's home to Raina and Victor's. Suddenly, the 5 of them found themselves in a small apartment. However, the circumstances were extremely favorable. Raina was offered a new job at a higher salary. The reunited family relocated to a spacious rented home with several separate rooms. A happy family life began with a spacious home-loving partner and their mother. Isn't that an indication that everything was going well? Perhaps it was, but Raina soon lost her job, and the family experienced financial difficulties? According to Victor's mother, she had to provide financial assistance to the young couple because they didn't have enough money for food or rent. Meanwhile, as a mother, Reina was unaware of her daughter's difficulties. Reina only brought the children to her mother's house on rare occasions, and she asked her grandmother to feed them well, which she gladly did. In addition to the financial issues, the couple began to experience strange and clearly unhealthy symptoms. Reina had never complained to anyone about anything, but their relationship was anything but normal. Victor appeared on the street with short, cropped hair, not long before the terrible events occurred. It turned out that the couple had a serious fight the night before, and Reina had cut off his long black hair in retaliation while he slept. Victor also admitted that Reina threatened to leave him with the children if he did not find a well-paying job within a month. On Saturday, February 3, 2018, Reina went to her mother's house to pick up the children, who had been with their grandmother since Thursday. Reina's mother noticed nothing unusual about her daughter's behavior. On the contrary, she was sociable, and when they were both in a good mood, they had time to talk over a cup of tea while the kids packed their belongings. The following day, early Sunday morning, February 4, the girl and her mother had a brief phone conversation in which they discussed current events and agreed to call back later. Reina never contacted her again. After numerous phone calls and text messages to her daughter and grandchildren, the woman called Victor, who also did not answer. So the silence and ignoring of calls continued for several days. Finally, on Wednesday, February 7, Victor responded. He assured me that everything was fine and promised that Reina would call back soon to explain everything in detail. He advised her not to worry and to wait for the call. The daughter never called back, and the parents realized that something terrible had happened. A day later, they received a call from law enforcement officers who told Reina's parents the horrific details of what had occurred. Victor Alexander began testifying immediately following his arrest. He did not hide anything and did not expect leniency. According to him, he had intended to end his life but changed his mind. He believed he needed to pay for what he had done. The detailed testimony allowed for a nearly complete restoration of the chronology of events. On Sunday morning, February 4, the roommates got into another big fight in their shared bedroom. Victor delivered several blows to Reina's neck, chest, and stomach. As a result, she died. He then locked her body in the room and sent Daniela, Reina's oldest child, to the store, requesting that she buy him a pack of cigarettes. While the girl was gone, Victor went into the children's room and strangled Reina's daughter with a necktie while she was sleeping. When Daniela returned from the store, he treated her exactly as he had treated her sister. He then moved the children's bodies into the bedroom he shared with Reina. At the time, young Armand was quietly playing in the small courtyard behind the house. Victor approached the boy and explained that his older sister had gone to the store and it was too late. So he'd take him to his aunt's house before heading out to find Daniela. Armand obediently followed Victor to his and Johanna Mendoza's house, leaving the boy behind. The man returned to the house, hoping to conceal the consequences of his actions. It appears that it wasn't until he returned to the house that he realized he couldn't hide the truth and that it would eventually be revealed. A few hours later, he returned for the boy and informed his aunt that Daniela had been located and that it was time to return home. Victor killed Armand at home by hanging him from a rung in a closet. The man claimed that he committed this crime because they were all in a difficult financial situation that he was psychologically unable to deal with. Victor's acquaintances confirmed that he had recently complained about financial disagreements among family members. Victor's mother told investigators that her son's financial problems had driven him to despair and compelled him to commit such a terrible crime. The couple was already in a difficult situation, which was exacerbated over the weekend when they did not receive their expected paycheck. Mrs. Johanna Mendoza, the accused's aunt, believes that the situation of my son, who was still a young man, being demanded money by a woman and her children, pushed him over the edge. However, the crime's extreme brutality was inconsistent with the severity of the mental illness. The preliminary autopsy report clarified the situation, revealing that all of the female victims were not only deprived of their lives, but also abused. An investigation by the public prosecutor's office revealed that the victim, Reina Isabel Encarnacion, had repeatedly expressed concerns to the accused on WhatsApp about the inappropriateness of intimate acts towards Angela while she was sleeping. In one of her most recent messages, the woman threatened her cohabitant that she would go to the police. Reina's mother told the police that the detained young man had always treated the 3 girls with kindness. However, he had a special relationship with Angela. He carried her in his arms, frequently placing her on his lap and hugging and kissing her. He even gave her a special nickname. Señorita. Investigators assumed Victor killed the family members not because of financial problems, but to conceal the wrongful acts committed against Angela. Forensic evidence revealed that Reina, as well as the 2 girls, had been wrongfully abused. The experts were unable to determine whether the wrongful acts were committed before or after their deaths, because the bodies were discovered at a late stage of decomposition. A psychiatric examination revealed that Victor has antisocial personality disorder, which means he lacks both guilt and conscience. The heinous crime outraged and shocked the entire Dominican community. The trial began in January 2019 and concluded in just 2 days. Forensic experts, investigators, and various witnesses testified, with much of the information coming from Victor's friends. For example, Crystal, the defendant's best friend, claimed that on the day of his arrest, he gave her all of his social media passwords and his mother's telephone number. According to her, it appeared that the young man intended to leave his life. Another friend of the young man claimed that Victor confessed the crime to him in detail a few days before being arrested. The friend, however, mistook the confession for a joke because it was so shocking. In general, everyone who had ever seen or met the accused was astounded by his actions. Neighbors, teachers, and co-workers all saw him as a quiet guy with a distinct appearance, nothing more. He didn't appear confrontational, was not known as a brawler, and, according to them, never spoke ill of others. He wasn't particularly social. Victor had only one diagnosis as a child, attention deficit disorder. However, according to his mother, the condition did not cause any problems for the family or himself. At the trial, 18 witnesses, including 2 forensic experts, testified. The latter revealed such shocking details that Victor's mother demanded the full force of the law against her son. Justice must be served. He has to pay for everything he has done. She said this in court. She begged Reina's family to forgive her for having such a son and shared their sorrow. Victor Alexander Portorial pleaded guilty in court to murdering Reina Isabel Encarnacion and her 3 children. He also apologized to the victim's family and the general public for the crime. I accept the facts. Not everything that was said occurred exactly as described. I realized that I couldn't go back in time and reclaim the lives I had taken. I apologized to the community and all family members for what had occurred. I contributed to my arrest because I realized that if I killed myself, I would be unable to pay for my actions. Victor Portorial stated calmly that the man received the most severe sentence imposed by the Dominican Republic's judicial system in 30 years. At the time, the sentence was spoken. He was only 30 years old, which meant that, under the right circumstances, he could be released from prison and live the rest of his life freely. This possibility prompted the National Congress to speed up updates to the criminal code. The country's 1844 code excludes cumulative punishment for multiple crimes. Victor Alexander would have received a sentence of up to 60 years in prison if the updated criminal code, which is currently being debated in the National Congress, had taken effect. The death of Reina and her children highlighted the need to replace the code as soon as possible. Nonetheless, justice prevailed, and the perpetrator received the maximum sentence. Reina's mother, speaking on various television programs, stated that she was pleased with the outcome of the case. The biological father of the 3 children who were taken is still unsure what happened. He claimed that the tragedy involving his children would not have occurred if the judge had listened to the experts and granted him custody. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A quiet American town was shaken by a terrible event. A young girl disappeared, without a trace from her own home, leaving her belongings, phone and car, Over time, the investigation of this case began to resemble a typical detective series, with one difference: it all happened in real life. A small town is plunged into an atmosphere of fear and mistrust because of the disappearance of the girl. It could have involved any of the inhabitants, but only 12 years later, the whole world learns the eerie truth. Tara Grinstead was born in 1974 in Hawkinsville, USA. During her high school years, she actively participated in beauty contests, winning prizes. The girl from an early age set a goal to get a quality education, so the money earned in competitions she put aside to pay for her education. After college, Tara earned a master's degree in education and landed the job she had long dreamed of. She became a high school history teacher in Osceola, Georgia. This tiny town was a typical low-rise America. Its population did not exceed 4,000 people, most of whom knew each other well. Life was quiet and measured, and none of the locals could think that any serious crime could occur in Osceola. Tara Grinstead had worked at the local school for several years, and during that time she had developed a great relationship with both staff and students. She was a kind and outgoing person who was always supportive and helpful. In October 2005, this help came in handy for Tara's students, who were preparing to participate in a local beauty pageant. Given the fact that their teacher had won prizes at similar events many times, the girls were thrilled to have her support. On Saturday, October 22nd, Tara helped the students with the final touches before the pageant. Afterward, she went to a picnic with her high school friends and didn't return home until 11 p.m., having parked her car outside under a carport. Since then, Tara had stopped making contact. Her mother, who lived in another city, was the most worried. Her daughter always picked up the phone or called back, but this time there was no answer. On Monday, October 24th, her anxiety reached its peak and Tara did not show up for work. Such behavior was highly unusual for her. The girl took her job seriously and would certainly have warned her bosses that she needed time off. Concerned acquaintances of Tara called the police chief, Billy Hancock, and asked him to see if she was all right. At 10 a.m. that morning, he went to her address. The policeman thought the woman's phone was just dead and that she was either sick or had overslept. When he arrived at her house, he found Tara's car in its usual spot. Her doors were unlocked, but that didn't surprise Billy. In a town this small, the residents had no worries about their cars being stolen. Then he noticed an envelope on a dashboard containing $100 in cash. It was already strange. How could someone as responsible as Tara leave money in a prominent place? Billy knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. After that, he decided to look around the house. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, no signs of a struggle or break-in, but in Sarah's bedroom, the detective found a real mess, quite uncharacteristic for a woman. Her belongings were on the floor, including the clothes. She had last been seen on her cell phone charging on the nightstand. It looked as if Tara had left the house briefly, but she was nowhere to be found on the ground outside the house. The police found the first piece of evidence that suggested a possible crime. There was a latex glove lying around that someone might have used to conceal her fingerprints. The detectives did not consider the possibility that the glove might have belonged to Tara. Hardly anyone used such gloves in the home since then. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the equivalents of the FBI only at the level of one state, got involved in the case. The main version of the investigation was kidnapping, and there was very little evidence besides the glove. The detectives found only two questionable things. Tara's torn chain was lying on the bedroom floor, and her alarm clock was not in its usual place. But all this did not help detectives solve the mystery of her disappearance for the small town. This Monday was truly a terrible day. Tara's house was cordoned off, and the school had a meeting. Sarah's co-workers and students tried their best to help in the search by forming a group of volunteers. They printed out a stack of flyers with a woman's picture and informed them about her disappearance, and within hours the flyers were posted all over the city. Volunteers stayed home that day until 1 a.m. Agents from the Bureau of Investigation interviewed Tara's neighbors and investigated the neighborhood in which she lived. The search involved sniffer dogs that had been brought in the hope of picking up the missing person's trail. Investigators still hoped that Tara had simply left on foot and the dogs would find her easily. In the meantime, the latex glove was given to experts whose goal was to collect as much data as possible. They managed to get a DNA sample, but no matches could be found in the FBI database. All that was known was that the sample belonged to a man, Tara, as if she had evaporated from her own home. Then investigators began to dig into Tara's personal life and past. It often happens that when a woman disappears, someone from her inner circle is to blame. After studying the man with whom Tara was in a relationship, detectives were unable to identify any suspects. She dated Marcus Harper, a former policeman and military officer, for the longest time. The couple broke up at Sarah's initiative about a year before she disappeared. The reason was that the woman wanted to build a family, and Marcus was not ready for that. After the breakup, they maintained an amicable relationship, calling and texting each other. Detectives later uncovered one interesting detail. Marcus had come to USA 3 weeks before Tara disappeared, but he had not told her. Upon learning of Marcus's arrival from mutual acquaintances, the woman became very upset. She repeatedly called him, trying to find out why he had not informed her of his arrival. Soon, Tara's condition turned into a real hysteria. Her relatives were very worried and even wondered if Tara was going to do something reckless. However, the girl soon came to her senses, and the police did not consider Marcus a suspect. The couple had been together for a long time, but their relationship ended, and the detectives could not find a motive for the crime. An interesting twist soon awaited them. Please learn that Tara had been threatened by her former student on March 30th of 2005. 7 months before the girl disappeared, he came to her house and behaved extremely aggressively. When Tara refused to let him, and the guy started banging on the door, and the neighbors had to call the police. It turned out that the young man had been in love with the teacher since high school. According to her acquaintances, the former student was emotionally unstable and behaved strangely, and even frighteningly. Tara tried to help him deal with his problems for a while, but his mental state only worsened after that incident. When the young man tried to break into her house, the woman filed a report against him. She seriously feared he might hurt her after Tara went missing. The police tracked the young man down. He worked in a neighboring town about 150 kilometers from Asila. The boy provided detectives with an alibi for the night's disappearance. It was impossible to establish his involvement in the case. A business card of a certain police officer was also found in the woman's house. It turned out that Tara had been dating him for some time, but at the time of her disappearance, he was already living in another city. The policeman also provided an alibi for the nights of Tara's disappearance. This effectively ended the list of possible suspects. With no leads in hand, the police decided to organize a search for the girl 2 weeks after her disappearance. Such a belated decision seemed strange after all. It was clear of the first minutes Tara had not left home of her own free will. Hundreds of volunteers were called in to search the area around the cellar. Volunteers went through forests, ditches, and rivers, but they couldn't find a single trace of Tara. During the search, it was reported that a housing car had burned down near Tara's home. Locals almost unanimously agreed that the incident had something to do with the woman's disappearance. Perhaps the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks, or the people were so shocked and frightened that they found each event suspicious. Whatever the case, the search yielded no results, and the police were faced with a grim reality. They simply had no leads left. The next few years brought the police no closer to solving this mystery. It wasn't until 2009 that an event occurred that brought the missing Tara Grinstead back into the spotlight. A user created a YouTube channel and posted an extremely creepy video. A man was sitting in the frame, his face plastered over, and his voice altered in the video. He claimed to be involved in the disappearance of 16 girls, naming them by name. Among them was Tara Grinstead. The unidentified man added that he had hidden the bodies securely and would give clues about the burial site in new videos. Police immediately checked the video and found that all 16 names did indeed belong to the missing women. The FBI was able to track down the author of the video fairly quickly. It turned out to be 27-year-old Andrew Haley. After his arrest, he said that he was just joking. The police could not connect Andrew with any of the 16 missing girls, but he still could not avoid a trial for perjury and tampering with evidence. The man was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor and 13 years of probation. Momentary hopes of solving this cold case faded, and once again, the police were left without a single lead. In December 2010, Tara Grinstead was officially declared dead because there was simply nothing to work with. As the years passed, the townspeople remembered Tara Grinstead's disappearance perfectly, but less and less discussed. Ark of Tara remained only behind closed doors. The topic hardly ever came up in everyday life. The town had changed forever. Fear of mistrust permeated the locals for years to come. It wasn't until 2016 that something happened that got people talking openly about terror again. Atlanta-based journalist Payne Lindsay created his own podcast devoted to mystery cases, and for the first issue, he took on the Tara Grinstead case. The man and his colleague traveled to Asila, where they met private investigator Maurice Godwin. Together, they began working on the case literally from scratch. They had no access to police records, so the only available source of information were the people of the town. At first, they were only able to talk to friends and relatives of Tara outsiders. They avoided talking about the mission girl in every way, but it didn't last long. Lindsay's enthusiasm managed to revive interest in the case, and soon the people of Wasilla were discussing it again. Lindsay and Godwin worked through every possible lead. They considered 3 possible suspects: Tara's ex-boyfriends and the students who tried to break into her house along the way talked to anyone who might have any useful information. They were so passionate about the case that on several occasions they thought a clue was literally one step away. One day, Payne received a call in which an unknown person suggested they look for remains on Tara's property. The police did so, and at some point they managed to find the bones. True experts quickly determined that the bones belonged to an animal. Despite the excitement and a new wave of interest in the case, no serious progress was made, or rather, they failed to solve the case directly during the creation of the podcast. But it was this amateur investigation that was decisive in the long-awaited pneumo, and the pneumo came completely unexpectedly in early 2017. Brooke Sheridan came to the police. Her story shocked the detectives, who no longer believed that the truth would ever come out. Brooke told investigators that her ex-boyfriend named Bo Dukes once confessed to her. He had helped his friend dispose of Tara Grinstead's body. Upon learning of this, the girl repeatedly begged the guy to confess to everything, but he remained silent. After listening to Brooke's story, the police did not rush things. Who knows, maybe this woman just wanted fame and attention, especially when a successful podcast got everyone talking about the case again. The detectives decided to play it safe. They asked Brock to wear a wire and go to Bow to beat out a confession, and it worked. The man didn't deny his involvement, and the police had probable cause to arrest him. To their surprise, O immediately cooperated with the investigation and laid all his cards on the table. Later, detectives would say that he was just tired of living with his burden on his soul. Late that night, he got a call from his friend and former classmate Ryan Duke. He asked to borrow a truck to help him with something, then added a broken door to Tara Grinstead's house to steal some money. But something didn't go according to plan, and I killed her. At this point, he decided to break into someone's house to steal money, and his choice was Tara's house. He was under the influence of illegal substances at the time. After opening the door with a credit card, he broke into the house and began looking for money. Tyra spotted him, and a struggle ensued between them, from which only Ryan came out alive. When Bo arrived at Tara's house in a truck, they loaded the woman's body into it and drove her into the woods, then got rid of the body for several days. This story shocked the residents of Wasilla. Jukes and Duke were never considered suspects, for they simply had no motive, nor were there any clues that could link these two to the disappearance of the woman. Despite a full confession that Dukes would not testify against himself in court at the trial, he spoke to Tyra's relatives and apologized for what he had done. Bo spent a long time in the military, was a veteran, and had many decorations, but the court ruled 25 years in prison for helping cover up a crime. Tara Grinstead's murder trial by Ryan Duke was shut down for April 1, 2019, but the Georgia Supreme Court postponed the trial. On March 28, 2019, after Duke's attorney said they were unconstitutionally denied funding for experts to testify on Duke's behalf, the trial began on May 9, 2022. Ryan Duke pleaded not guilty to murder and charged Bo Dukes with murder. On May 20, 2022, a jury found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder, aggravated assaults and burglary, and guilty of concealment of death at trial. Duke testified that his confessions to the murder were false, telling the jury that he had done it under the influence of drugs and in fear of the real killer, his friend with a similar last name. Dukes, he said. Both Dukes woke him up in the mobile home where they lived together in 2005 and told him he had killed Tara Grinstead, then showed Dukes their teacher's purse and wallet, although her body was never found. Investigators matched Grinstead's DNA to bone fragments and found that the location where Ryan Duke testified to investigators that he and Bo Dukes had burned her on May 23, 2022, was Shedden Spidey of the ruined County Superior Court. Ryan Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison for concealing the body. The sentence imposed by the judge was the maximum penalty allowed. By the time Ryan Duke was sentenced, he had already served about half of that sentence. While the waiting trial, prosecutors insisted that Duke's confession included details that only the killer knew, such as Duke telling investigators that he called Grinstead's home from a pay phone after running away from home to see If she would answer when she didn't, he returned and found her dad. Investigators also found Duke's DNA on a latex glove found in Grinstead's yard. However, his testimony raised enough doubt in a jury's mind that he was acquitted of all charges except concealing her death. Dukes was subpoenaed to testify but refused to answer the court's questions, citing his Fifth Amendment right against testifying against himself. When the truth about his high-profile case came out, Tara Grinstead's friends and relatives relieved themselves of the burden of obscurity. Her mother confessed that all these years she had secretly hoped for a miracle, that her daughter would return to her alive. Alas, reality turned out to be cruel, senseless, and devoid of any miracles. At least now the whole world knows exactly what happened in that little town back in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras, and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh, because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Kelsey's personal life: the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Smith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his two eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, he inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half-minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the haul truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Line family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. Their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Line family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yoon Lin. Lin's love story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lynn, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lynn decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lynn family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lines were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Line family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently. During the early 2000s, Min's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lynn's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lynn family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lynn's younger sister, Kathy Lynn Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert Jai, also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lynn and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lynn family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Line family's shop was unexpectedly closed, surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed, with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lynn Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lin parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lin family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lin family rather than robbery. Additionally, multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lins had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lin, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lin family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Lin family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, she was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lin's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynch shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and men had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Mine was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Mine had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yun's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XCI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lynn family victims, linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert Xe's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert Xe was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, 1 for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25th, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30th, 1994, the youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this. I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad, and it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day. Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate. Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night, intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Richie an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Richie remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Rishi arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Simard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police. By the evening the next day, the police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just one day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Rishi's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazeau began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Rishi because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault. Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Rishi's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazeau discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Ricci case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Ricci found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father in Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Ricci's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kaylin Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with Tess Ricci's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kaylin Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kaylin Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Ricci ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Ricci to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kaylin Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. A woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kaylin Schlatter, who spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time, he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Richi's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Rishi, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Rishi was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes: Kaylin Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Richi's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential, according to Arena's sister Rishi. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess Rishi's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3rd, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sara Brandão was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and two nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandão and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcante, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcante, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcante from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcante, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcante's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcante fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcante was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Toy-Con judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcante obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18, 2021. The children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcante took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcante pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandau was taken to Pauli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcante fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcante's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcante refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcante's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcante was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between 2 cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Boller a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Boller climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcante, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcante was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcante was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcanti was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcanti on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcanti's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcanti on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcanti escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcanti, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcanti was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcanti had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitive's movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcanti was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcanti was able to escape and steal a .caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcanti's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcanti was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcanti was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcanti in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcanti, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcanti minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise, which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcanti was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcanti has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcanti's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcanti's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcanti's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcanti's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcanti during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcanti climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history, said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty organized party on the night of October 15th to 16th, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering 2 girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kavari, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kavari entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kavari stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kavari with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Khavari was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Loebner case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Khavari robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Khavari was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hüseyin Khavari get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Khavari, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Khavari was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Loebner investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Khavari, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Loebner, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Loebner story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Riga, and Clemens Leidenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Leidenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Kavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Leidenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Kavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Kavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, Prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Khavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Khavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Khavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Khavari, he noticed Maria Lattenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Khavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Khavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Khavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Khavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Leidenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Khavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Khavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Khavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Ardmore, Pennsylvania, USA, in August 2018. On August 22nd, at 9:15 p.m., State Police received a call requesting that they check the condition of 36-year-old Christina Carlin Craft, an ex-model for Playboy magazine. Her partner discovered something strange when he checked their apartment's security system. Furthermore, Christina was not returning phone calls or messages. When the police arrived, they discovered Christina in her bed, covered in a blanket. Christina Rose Carlin Craft was born on November 11, 1983, on the southern coast of New Jersey, to Stuart Craft, Dawn, and Carlin. She always enjoyed being photographed or videotaped. It ultimately shaped her life path. Christina graduated from Linwood High School in 2000 and spent several years working as a waitress in southern New Jersey and at the Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Christina's dream was to become a model, and her perseverance paid off. She eventually found success in this area. She stated in her promotional materials that she enjoys photo shoots, as well as exquisite underwear and swimwear. Christina's friend Eva Waltz, whom she met during a 3-day shoot for Maxim magazine, described her as a sweet and charismatic girl. She is stunningly beautiful and has a great sense of humor. She had dark hair and blue eyes. She was the very definition of a fashion model. Christina has always wanted to be on the cover of Playboy, while working as a waitress at Borgata Casino in 2003. Christina met Alex Ciccatelli shortly after they began dating. Alex has always supported Christina's plans and has never been against her career. After a long-term relationship, they announced they were engaged. Alex and Christina were together until the latter's death, but Christina was still able to realize her dream. She won Cyber Girl of the Month in May 2009 and was invited to the Playboy Mansion. This success enabled her to attend parties at the mansion and gain entry into the world of glamour. It was the pinnacle of her career, and her ambitions were higher than ever, especially after meeting Hugh Hefner, whose attention was difficult to capture. Despite this, Christina was unable to secure a modeling contract with Playboy magazine. Thousands of girls submit photos there, but only one becomes a model. There are numerous reasons why Christina did not become the chosen one. She was already 26 years old at the time, which made her unsuitable for this magazine. She was viewed as a mature model rather than a young one. It shook her confidence, but she continued to work regardless. Her long list of modeling jobs included Redken, Maxim, Victoria's Secret, Vanity Fair, and many more, but she wanted to take her career to the next level, so she relocated to New York with her boyfriend Alex. However, not all brands were eager to work with the model featured in the explicit photo shoot. Christina's career began to decline following her appearance in Playboy, eventually coming to an end. It wasn't easy for her to get through this difficult time in her life, but she always felt Alex's support. Christina was known not only for her graceful appearance and alluring beauty, but also for her scandalous behavior. In 2016, she had an altercation with the staff of the Smith, a New York restaurant. Following this, the New York Post ran several articles about the incident. That's what the articles said. According to law enforcement sources and court documents, Christina Carlin Craft, 34, and a male pal were dining at the Smith on March 6th when they got into an argument with manager Sergei Anakin over the bill. He did not want to pay. The manager intervened. A source claimed she was intoxicated and that the manager pushed her, but video footage of the incident showed she was lying. She allegedly hit Anakin in the neck around 10 p.m., causing redness and severe pain. According to the criminal complaint, Christina was charged with misdemeanor assault, attempted assault, and harassment. The DA then offered her a deal, and the charges were dropped on the condition that she remain out of trouble for 6 months. The DA made a reasonable offer, and we took it. Her lawyer said, Christina has always liked Philadelphia, particularly Ardmore, where she says she feels safe. With this in mind, Alex bought Christina an apartment in Ardmore and relocated to Pennsylvania with her in 2018, but Ardmore was not as safe as Christina had hoped. On August 18, 2018, she reported to the police that she had been robbed. Christina spent the evening at a bar in Philadelphia. The next thing she remembered was the following morning, when she barely awoke and realized she had been drugged with illegal substances. She didn't remember how she got home or who was with her. Alex was on a business trip at that time. She did not feel safe, and she kept expressing her concern. During the investigation, the police obtained CCTV footage showing a car driving up to Christina's apartment at around 3 a.m. Christina was unconscious in the back seat when the driver took the keys from her purse, entered her home, and stole over $50,000 in jewelry, designer handbags, pillows, designer sunglasses, a credit card, and personal documents belonging to Kraft. The perpetrator left for about an hour and a half before returning to the car and assisting Christina into her apartment. He opened the door, left her in the hallway, placed the keys in her purse, and drove away. The police were able to quickly identify the perpetrator using a credit card statement. Andre Melton, the driver who robbed her that night, had a prior criminal record. Melton was driving a rented 2018 Kia Sorento with a Virginia license plate. According to witnesses, police discovered the same car near Christina's house on August 17th. Police confirmed it, thanks to special license plate recognition software. While the police were searching for Andre Melton and returning Christina's stolen belongings, a far more serious crime occurred. Just 4 days later, on August 22nd, 2018, Alex Cicatelli called the police and asked them to check on his girlfriend, Christina Carlin Kraft. He was already on his way home and could not reach Christina. She was not returning any calls or texts. When he arrived home, he discovered that the apartment door was locked from the inside. He checked the security system and discovered that someone had opened the front and balcony doors at night. The police officers who arrived at the specified address had to break down the front door because it was locked from the inside. When the police entered the apartment, they noticed blood, which indicated that it was a crime scene. There was a body on the bed, covered in a blanket, lifting it. They noticed a severely beaten woman. Christina Carlin Kraft sadly had already died. There was no way to help her. There were marks of blows all over her body. Someone had broken her nose and left a strangulation mark on her neck. Later, someone strangled Christina with her sweatpants. As soon as they identified the victim, the detectives had to inform Alex, who was waiting outside, that his loved one had died. This news completely shocked him. Because those closest to the victim are frequently involved in such cases, the police did not rule out the possibility that Alex was the perpetrator. Christina and Alex have been together for a long time, so anything could happen between them. He was the one who called the police station and expressed concern about Christina, and she was later discovered dead. These two events may not have happened by chance. Perhaps Alex did it to deflect suspicion away from himself. The investigators invited the man to accompany them to the police station because they wanted to ask him a few questions. Alex consented without much hesitation. Alex informed the investigators that he needed to return to New York for work on August 21st. It was an urgent matter. And on August 22nd, at 2:30 a.m., he called Christina to wish her a good night, but she didn't answer. He knew Christina never slept at this time, so he became concerned. Alex called several more times but received no response. He checked the security system and found suspicious activity in the apartment at night. As a result, he decided to postpone all business and return to Ardmore. After hearing his story, the police assumed Alex was not the one who killed Christina. After all, he could not be in two places at the same time. The police checked his alibi and removed him from the suspect list. But who was responsible for Christina's death? Who could wish her harm? Christina reported the robbery to police 4 days before her death. Investigators assumed that the two crimes were somehow linked. Thus, the primary suspect in this case was Andre Melton, the man who stole valuables from Christina's apartment. Maybe he returned to the apartment to steal something else, but his plan failed when Christina saw him. Perhaps he discovered that she had reported him to the police and decided to exact revenge on her for it. On August 22nd, the day they discovered Christina's body, police received an arrest warrant for Andre Melton. Investigators discovered where Melton lived, but when they arrived, he was gone. However, some of Christina's belongings were still present. The police obtained surveillance video from the night of the crime. It showed Christina exiting her apartment. After a few hours, she returned with an unknown man. It was 3:08 a.m. The police were surprised to learn that it was not Andre Melton. Further examination of the recordings revealed that the man with whom Christina returned to her apartment did not emerge. The police will eventually discover an explanation for this. Police officers used CCTV cameras on Ardmore streets to discover that Christina went to one of Philadelphia's bars after leaving the apartment. Investigators visited the bar, and she was asked to review the CCTV footage. It showed her meeting a man, who later hugged her. It was the same man who had accompanied her back to her apartment. Christina and her new friend left the bar and got into a taxi. For the next few days, detectives collected data on all of Christina's movements on the day of her death. It was crucial to restore the chronology of events preceding the crime. The police immediately excluded Melton from the list of suspects since he was not with Christina that day. But what remained unknown was whether Christina's death was related to that robbery or whether it was just a coincidence. On August 25th, the police received another lead. Andrew Sanford, the taxi driver who drove Christina and the suspect that night, said that Christina and the man who accompanied her approached him. They didn't use the taxi app. After hearing the driver's price, they got into a taxi. According to Sanford, they were affectionate and sweet to each other, so they did not arouse any suspicions in him. Besides, the driver said that Christina took the initiative herself. When they arrived at the right place, it turned out that Christina had no cash with her. She offered to leave her credit card, but the taxi driver refused. Then, Christina's new friend offered him $100 on the condition that he would stay for 1,015 minutes near the house while the couple went to the apartment. Sanford left 20 minutes later, as neither Christina nor the man accompanying her returned. The couple entered the apartment around 3 a.m. An hour later, at 4 a.m., Christina called her cousin. She didn't say a word, but her cousin heard a man in the background telling Christina not to contact the police. The call ended before Christina's cousin could find out what happened. Why did the cousin not call 911? After what she heard, it remains unclear. Christina and Alex had door sensors in their apartment. It allowed the police to determine the time frame during which the crime occurred. The security system recorded the exact time of each door opening. As already mentioned, the first time someone opened the door was at 3:08 a.m. The next time was already at 5:10 a.m. The apartment was on the second floor. At about the same time. The system detected that someone opened the sliding glass door on the balcony. It explained why the surveillance cameras did not record the moment when the man whom Christina met at the bar left. After all, when the police arrived after Alex's call, no one except Christina was in the apartment. After learning this information, the police assumed the perpetrator jumped off the balcony. The next step was to seek help from the media. After posting the images from the surveillance cameras, they asked anyone who knew anything to share information. The pictures showed two people. The first was Andre Melton, and the second was the man who was at Christina's apartment on the night she died. Andre Melton, whose whereabouts detectives still couldn't figure out, called the police himself. He admitted that he stole some valuables from Christina but denied that he was involved in her death. The police were puzzled by this call. They have not yet been able to confirm or refute the connection between the two events that happened to Christina. Maybe this was just part of the plan of the two suspects. Melton was not going to surrender to the authorities. He called the police only to declare he wasn't involved in Christina's death. Soon after, on August 26th, the police station received an anonymous call. The man who called said he knew one of the suspects depicted in the pictures released by the police. "We shared a room in a psychiatric clinic in Philadelphia," he said. As it turned out, not so long ago, the suspect chased a woman in Loveland Park, Philadelphia. He followed her into the building of the local family court and started molesting her. Then he began to behave aggressively, shouting and destroying everything around him. The man had to spend 72 hours in a psychiatric hospital. The only problem was that he was admitted to the hospital without a name because no one wanted to deal with a not particularly dangerous person. The identity of the man remained a mystery to the police. But then the police heard even more crucial information. According to the caller, the suspect was proud that he had recently strangled a woman, and he felt great satisfaction and pleasure because of this. After hearing this, the investigators believed that it was most certainly the man who took the life of Christina Carlin Craft. Later, the police station received another call. The man turned out to be a relative of the suspect from Philadelphia. He said that the name of the man in the photo was Jonathan Wesley Harris. He had previously served a prison sentence for robbery. Jonathan became a free man on July 15th, 5 weeks before Christina's death. After studying the entire biography of the man, it became clear that Andre Melton and Jonathan Harris had never crossed paths and were not familiar with each other. Therefore, the police ruled out the possibility of a connection between the two crimes. In addition, the police now had access to the messages Harris sent from his phone. On August 22nd, he texted a friend that he had met an attractive woman and was going to her apartment with her. On August 28th, when the police received an arrest warrant for Jonathan Harris, it was crucial to detain him as soon as possible. No one knew what else he could do. It wasn't an easy task since Harris left no trace. However, when investigators contacted Jonathan Harris's sister on August 29, 2018, she said he had recently bought a bus ticket to Pittsburgh. As it turned out, Jonathan was already on the bus when the conversation occurred. The Ardmore police couldn't do anything. The officers wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The Pittsburgh police were their last hope. It was crucial to be in the right place at the right time. The police investigating Christina's death contacted the Pittsburgh Law Enforcement Agency and asked for help. They told them the exact time of the bus's arrival in Pittsburgh and sent a photo of Harris. The fugitive task force set up an ambush, blocking all escape routes, and was ready to arrest the suspect at any moment. Soon, one of the employees noticed the bus approaching. They gave Harris time to calmly get off the bus so that he would not panic and take no action. About 10 minutes later, a policeman blocked his way. I saw his eyes darting. He was looking for an escape route, but it was too late. A Pittsburgh police officer later recalled when the officer asked Harris to introduce himself. The latter gave it a different name. He was arrested and taken to the police station. Detectives from Philadelphia came to Pittsburgh to interrogate him. They asked Harris to tell them everything that happened the night he met Christina. He said he had seen her several times in bars and nightclubs in Philadelphia. Christina Carlin Craft misses the New York life. Such an abrupt change in life, rhythm, and environment influenced her. She often went to bars, cafes, and nightclubs. But she was always alone since Alex was constantly working, and she had not yet managed to make new friends. And of course, men at those bars and nightclubs often approached her because they saw she was alone. Harris was no exception. He said he was under the influence of illegal substances and alcohol that night. He met Christina. They chatted a little, had a drink, and she offered to go to her place. Harris claimed that Christina wanted to buy a banned substance from him. When they arrived, he asked the taxi driver to wait until he returned. He wasn't going to stay there. He stated they drank several bottles of wine together, entered into an intimate relationship by mutual consent, and used a prohibited substance, after which he told her to pay him $1,200. Christina refused to pay. It made him angry because he needed the money. They started quarreling about it. He said that Christina hit him with a bottle of wine, and the situation got out of control. In response, he hit her in the face, and she fell to the floor when she tried to call 911. He started strength-wheeling her with sweat pants until she completely lost consciousness. Yet, there were several inconsistencies in his story. During a toxicological examination, the experts found no traces of prohibited substances in Christina's body. There was only alcohol. In addition, the suspect's statement that he hit Christina only once was also untrue. That meant Harris was lying. When the detectives informed him of the results of the toxicological examination, he admitted that he had lied. At first, he tried to convince detectives that he was not involved in her death because she was completely fine when he left her apartment. But at one of the following interrogations, he fully admitted his guilt. "I panicked she was still breathing when I left. I covered her with a blanket because I didn't want to see her like this. I knew I had severely beaten her." In the end, Jonathan Harris confessed to detectives that he took Christina's life and then jumped off the balcony to avoid getting caught on camera. When the trial began, Harris, like many other criminals who confessed to crimes, declared that he was not guilty. However, the investigators did a lot of work, and there was plenty of evidence for Harris and his lawyer to lose. They expected the court to sentence him to 22 to 40 years for third-degree life deprivation and tried to avoid life imprisonment. However, the amount of evidence provided by the prosecutors easily convinced the court that it was an intentional crime. During the trial, the court heard the testimony of the man who shared a room in a psychiatric clinic with Harris. It was the same man who called the police earlier. He stated that Jonathan Harris had previously confessed to him of the crime by saying there is nothing like squeezing somebody and feeling their last breath leave their body. Christina's death had an unimaginable impact on her family. Everyone was furious at the way Christina was presented in the media. Harris lied about taking illegal substances. After the trial, Christina's stepmother said she was the absolute light in this world, and he extinguished it. According to her father, Christina was a good person with a kind heart who made everything brighter. In August 2019, Judge William R. Carpenter sentenced Jonathan Wesley Harris to life in prison without the possibility of parole and gave Harris an additional sentence of 22 to 45 years behind bars. The judge tacked on the additional decades to send a message to future governors or pardon boards who might consider freeing him. When the judge announced the verdict, Alex Ciccatelli turned to Harris and said, "You're a coward. You strangled a petite woman weaker than you. Not only did you take my fiancé's life, but you muddied her name. You lied and said that she was using illegal substances." In December 2018, the police arrested Andre Melton in Philadelphia and charged him with the robbery of Christina Carlin Craft's apartment in March 2020. The court sentenced him to 1 to 4 years. The judge also ordered Melton to complete 3 years of consecutive probation, meaning he will be under court supervision for a total of 7 years. I would like to apologize to the family for any grief or pain that I caused. I am not the bad person like the district attorney is trying to make me out to be, Melton said before learning his fate. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of 2 lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .223 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. and the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list, in conversation with Andrew. Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a Cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, 2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up. He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana, Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. "Her name is Land," she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. "I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her." Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. "None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance." An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. "We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital." Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, a bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana, Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994, as he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, the case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert Ian Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho, and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl," then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzer's left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalves' statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30th, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24th, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, he stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonsalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these 3 men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these 3 men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with 4th-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all 3 suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. "First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. but because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonsalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonsalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. To address the lack of scientific evidence, Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the State Attorney General's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work. Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016. Aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers. Following his statement, a tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words. "You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom." Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy, and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own bedroom. Her 2 sons, who lived with her in the same house, heard and saw nothing. Detectives started investigating, but they couldn't find the culprit. It took 38 years for a breakthrough in the case, but nobody was prepared. Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in the state of Alabama, USA. She had loving parents and a younger sister named Judy. From an early age, Linda was ambitious and kind-hearted. She always tried to help others, which earned her many friends. Later, she married a man named Frank, with whom she had 2 sons, Jeff and Tim. However, as the years went by, their marriage became increasingly problematic. Frank developed an alcohol addiction and started to abuse his wife and children. Eventually, Linda left and decided to move to Florida with her sons. They settled in the city of Lakeland, where Linda's parents and sister already lived. Linda rented a house in a residential complex by the lake and dedicated all her time to providing for her sons. Linda took various jobs, but money was always tight for her. Sometimes she had to sell her belongings to pay the bills. She couldn't even afford a car, so her elder son Jeff had to ride his bicycle to school. Her younger son Tim played on a football team, and often he had to ask his coach for a ride home after practice to avoid walking despite the financial difficulties. Linda always strived to give her sons the most time and attention she could. She took them on hikes, brought them to concerts of their favorite bands, and overall tried to ensure their childhood was filled with positive moments. On the evening of September 3, 1981, when Linda was 31 years old, she waited for Jim to finish his practice and went with him to the neighbors who were hosting a small family gathering. Meanwhile, Jeff arrived home and wanted to have dinner, but there was hardly any food in the fridge. He got angry at his mother, hopped on his bicycle, and rode to his grandparents' house, who lived on the other side of the city. Later, when the whole family returned home, Jeff argued with his mother about the empty fridge. But eventually they wished each other a good night and went to bed. The next morning, Linda's sister, who lived in the same complex, went to her house to invite her for a cup of coffee. She knocked on the door but received no response, thinking that Linda had gone somewhere. The woman turned around and was about to leave when she noticed that the bedroom window was open. She approached it, looked inside, and saw Linda lying across the bed. In the next second, the woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to call the police. One look at her sister's face was enough for her to realize that she was dead. Detectives arrived at their house and began examining the crime scene. Linda was lying on her bed, her clothing partially pulled down with a wire hanger around her neck. Based on this evidence, the police suspected that an unknown man had entered the victim's room and assaulted her and strangled her. Soon, forensic experts confirmed this theory by finding a palm print on the windowsill. Linda often left it open since there was no air conditioning in the apartment, making it easy for the killer to gain access. While the detectives worked at the crime scene, the eldest son of the victim woke up from all the commotion. The investigators took him outside and delivered the tragic news of his mother's death. Afterward, they woke up his younger brother and led him towards the exit. However, at that very moment, as the boy passed by his mother's room, another police officer emerged from it, and through the open door, Tim saw his mother's body and froze in place until the officer pulled him away. Jeff and Tim, age 15 and 12 at the time, were in deep shock initially. They simply couldn't believe that their mother was dead. Later, the investigators managed to talk to them, and the brothers stated that they hadn't heard any noise and hadn't even woken up that night despite having their own rooms. The detectives found this strange considering the building had very good acoustics, and given the brutal nature of the murder, loud noises should have been audible from the victim's room. The police interviewed the neighbors, who also hadn't heard anything. None of the residents in the complex had seen any suspicious individuals that day. Medical experts examined the victim's body and confirmed that she had been subjected to violence. They extracted the killer's biological material, but at that time they couldn't conduct DNA analysis. The experts also confirmed that Linda died as a result of strangulation, so the detectives had to investigate the case with almost no evidence. The palm print could only help them if they managed to find a suspect and make a comparison. Linda's sons moved in with their grandparents. They remained in a state of shock and constantly feared that the unknown killer would come after them. The fear was so intense that they slept in the same room as their grandmother, while their grandfather sat in the living room with a rifle. However, the detectives believed the children were not in danger. In their opinion, the crime had solely a sexual motive, and the killer must have known the victim. After speaking with Linda's relatives, they learned about her ex-husband, who had a history of domestic violence. He immediately became the prime suspect, but the police quickly determined that the man was in a different state at the time of the murder. Afterward, the investigators discovered that shortly before her death, Linda had started dating a certain man. They located this person, but he also had a solid alibi. The detectives checked all the victims' neighbors, comparing their fingerprints with the sample found on the windowsill. They then conducted a similar comparison with all previously convicted men residing in Lakeland, but they couldn't find any matches. Several weeks after the murder, Linda's sons gradually started to recover, and eventually the relatives decided that the best option for them would be to return to school. Over time, it did help the brothers as they began interacting with friends again and gradually returned to a normal life. Tim rejoined the football team as his mother had always been proud of his accomplishments in the sport. A month after her death, he hung a photograph of his team in his bedroom as a reminder of how his mother had taught him to move forward and achieve his goals. Meanwhile, the detectives reached a dead end, failing to find a suitable suspect. They decided to go back to the beginning and reconsider why the sons hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle. The police reviewed Jeff's statements and noticed that he had an argument with Linda on the day of her murder. Furthermore, the teenager himself mentioned that he and his mother frequently engaged in verbal disputes. This made the detectives wonder, could Jeff have killed his mother? They called him in for questioning and started asking various questions again. Soon, Jeff realized that the investigators suspected him of the crime. He denied his involvement, but the detectives continued to pressure him. They offered Jeff to undergo a polygraph test, and he agreed. The polygraph operator did not detect any signs of deception, but the police were not ready to give up. Soon after, they called a man for questioning again, and even planned to bring in a hypnotist to put him in a trance state. Jeff constantly faced pressure, and the investigators directly accused him of strangling his mother. This led to the breaking point for Linda's relatives, who demanded that the police focus on finding the real killer and prohibited them from approaching Jeff. Despite this, Jeff agreed to undergo another polygraph test, and after successful results, he was finally no longer considered a suspect. From that point on, the case remained stagnant for many years. Jeff and Tim grew up, got jobs, and started their own families. The murder of their mother still haunts them. But every time they contacted the investigators, they received the same response: no progress had been made in the case. In March 1999, experts extracted a DNA sample from the biological material found on the victim's body. 2 years later, a new detective assigned to the case compared it with samples from all the suspects, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. Even comparing it with the FBI database yielded no results. When Jeff met with this detective, he realized that they had been acquainted for many years. It turned out that the men regularly played bowling together with mutual friends. They talked, and the investigator promised Jeff that he would solve the case, no matter what. Around the same time, Tim and Jeff heard about another unsolved crime that had remained unresolved for many years. After it received widespread media attention, new evidence emerged leading to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when the brothers decided to approach journalists and share their family tragedy. They gave a detailed interview, and the story made it into the local newspapers. In September 2001, the detective received an interesting lead. He learned that a man named Jimmy Ulmer had abducted a young woman through her bedroom window a year after Linda's murder, for which he received an 80-year prison sentence. What made it even more intriguing was that during Linda's murder, this person lived in the same residential complex just a few meters away from her house. At the time of Homer's arrest, the DNA of criminals was not yet entered into a common database, since it simply did not exist. The man himself passed away in '96, and there were no remaining biological samples. However, the detective contacted the perpetrator's mother, who provided several personal belongings from which the experts managed to extract the sample. Unfortunately, it did not match the DNA of the killer, but despite the setback, the detective was not ready to give up. He continued to search for new suspects, consistently asked the FBI to run the DNA sample of the killer through all available databases, and stayed in touch with Linda's sons. At that point, Jeff and Tim had almost resigned themselves to the thought that they would never find their mother's killer. However, in 2019, a new hope emerged when C.C. Moore, a renowned expert in genetic genealogy, took on the case. She took the DNA sample of the killer and uploaded it to public databases, then began searching for any matches. Typically, such databases can even help find the most distant relatives of the DNA owner, who could be living in different parts of the world without the slightest knowledge of each other's existence. With this information, it is possible to trace their family tree and find common lines, filter out thousands of relatives, and identify the DNA owner. After conducting all this extensive work, Moore was able to pinpoint one family living in the area at the time of the murder. Within that family, there was only one person who fit all the parameters, leaving her to conclude that he was highly likely to be the killer. When the detectives heard his name, they immediately realized they had come across him in old reports. His name was Joseph Clinton Mills. Tim's football coach, who regularly gave him a ride home from practice, had never been on the list of suspects, but back in 1981, the police took a statement over the phone as he had dropped Tim off at home on that same day. None of the detectives even considered the possibility that Mills could be the killer. At that time, he was only 20 years old, and there was absolutely no evidence against him, so the police didn't compare his DNA and fingerprints with the samples found at the crime scene. The investigators decided to hold off on informing Jeff and Tim about this discovery. First, they needed to make sure that Mills was truly behind their mother's murder. After studying his biography, they discovered that Mills was arrested in 1984 for forgery of a will, and his fingerprints were taken, which are still kept in a paper archive to this day. Experts compared them with the fingerprints found on the victim's windowsill and obtained a perfect match. After 38 years, they finally learned the identity of the probable killer. Immediately after they discovered that the man still lived in the same house as in 1981. Mills was now 58 years old, owned a small business, was married, and had children and grandchildren. The detectives monitored him for several weeks, hoping to obtain some item with his DNA. It could have been a cigarette butt, a coffee cup, a bottle, and so on. However, they never had the opportunity, so the police decided to discreetly retrieve his trash. They handed the bag to the laboratory, where experts tried to find an item with his DNA, and soon they succeeded. Mills' DNA matched completely with the sample found on Linda's body. Afterward, the detectives met with their sons to inform them of the progress in the case. They were both shocked, but Tim had a much harder time accepting it. He couldn't believe that his football coach turned out to be the same monster who had killed his mother. Tim respected him and looked up to him, and what's more, Mills continued to give him rides home from practice even after the murder. The man constantly encouraged him and always asked if there were any developments in his mother's case. For all these years, a photo of his football team hung in Tim's old bedroom, with the monster who killed his mom standing right behind him. In the same year Mills was arrested, he remained calm and didn't even ask what he was being accused of. When brought in for questioning and asked about Linda's murder, he claimed to have no involvement according to him. He dropped off Tim and left. Mills insisted that he never entered their house, but the detectives knew it was a lie. They informed him about the DNA and fingerprint match, after which the suspect suddenly changed his version of events. Now Mills insisted that on that night, Linda herself invited him to sneak into her bedroom through the window for an intimate encounter. Then she asked him to lightly choke her with a hanger, but Mills miscalculated his strength and ended up killing her. Of course, the detectives didn't believe this story for a second considering all the existing evidence. They had a much more plausible theory based on the fact that Mills had repeatedly given Tim rides home. He had seen his mother and could have targeted her as a victim. On the evening of the murder, he dropped off the boy, who immediately went to a party at the neighbor's house with his mother. Mills took advantage of the fact that no one would be home in their house. He drove away for some distance and returned on foot, sneaking into Linda's bedroom through the window and hiding in the closet. He spent several hours there waiting for everyone to go to sleep. In that same closet, he took a wire hanger and used it as a murder weapon. After subjecting the victim to violence, he left the house through the window. Based on all the available evidence, charges were brought against Mills for the murder, and the case was handed over to court in the state of Florida. The death penalty was a possible sentence for such a crime, and on February 9/2022, Mills decided to make a deal with the prosecution to avoid this fate. He confessed to the murder, but under the conditions of the agreement, he was not required to disclose the details of the crime. Linda's sons were unhappy with this fact in the courtroom. Tim shouted at his coach, demanding to know why. Dull. He took his mother away from him, but the man remained silent, looking down only when given the opportunity for a final statement. Mills said, "I'm a good person. I'm not who they're trying to portray me as." This angered the brothers even more, but ultimately they were grateful to the investigators for bringing the case to a conclusion and finally finding the killer. Mills was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after the verdict was delivered. Jeff and Tim promised to try to live honorable lives and dedicate themselves to their families, as that is what their mother would have wanted. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, Despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times, he even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside shortly before this 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harov suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harov would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Harov, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the 5th child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends. But no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend, John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, The detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m., however, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminal saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him. and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said. The police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful. So Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisbee visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisby didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto, who was at Frisby's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisby's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisby's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011. and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivieri told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivieri told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivieri confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivieri agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivieri did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivieri at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivieri informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivieri, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivieri was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivieri being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivieri. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisby's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivieri, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier Rivery, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivieri claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivieri's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisby provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivieri's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivieri firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivieri used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivieri to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisby believes Olivieri will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisby stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in Malaysia in 2003. Canny Ong, 28, went missing from the parking lot of a metropolitan mall after eating dinner with friends. Her family filed a missing person report with the police, and authorities soon made a shocking discovery. Many Malaysians still remember Canny Ong's story. This tragedy has shaken the country not only because it was so terrible and absurd, but also because it occurred in a well-known and prestigious mall with surveillance cameras. Canny Ong Lay Kian was born in Malaysia on July 18, 1974. She was the younger of two daughters and had a close bond with her parents. In 1995, Canny traveled to the United States to further her education and pursue a career in information technology. Living in the United States, she met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. citizen and ethnic Chinese whose parents immigrated from Singapore more than 20 years ago. Canny and Brandon were friends at first, but their friendship quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a very close friend to Canny. He tried to support her in everything and help her. In 2001, the couple married. Canny had achieved her professional and personal goals. In 2003, she worked as an analyst in San Diego, was planning for the future with her husband, and wished to become a mother. However, that year, a series of events culminated in horrific events. Canny's father, B. Zheng, was diagnosed with cancer in 2003, so she decided to return to Malaysia to see him and support her family during this difficult time. The date was June 1, 2003. Canny arrived in Malaysia with Brandon. Brandon returned to the United States in a few days, while Canny remained in Kuala Lumpur and spent the majority of her time caring for her father, who was receiving treatment at one of the capital's clinics. Every day, she spoke with Brandon on the phone for hours. They discussed everything, including their two cats, and she chastised him for overfeeding them. It almost sounded like they were discussing their children. His father had his kidney removed, but fortunately his health was improving. He was recovering. That is why, on June 14, 2003, Canny planned to return to the United States. The day before her flight, she invited her mother Pearlie, sister Elsie, and close friends to a farewell dinner at a restaurant in one of the popular malls. That evening, June 13, 2003, Canny and her mother arrived at the designated location later than others. I couldn't find a parking spot on the street in front of the mall. Canny had to drive through the underground parking lot, which was not free, but Canny's mother was concerned about something other than the fee. However, the parking lot was not well lit. They left the car and went up to the second floor, where the restaurant was located. Canny was delighted to see her childhood friends. She hadn't seen some of them in a long time, and they had plenty to talk about. In a few hours, she started to notice that she looked tired. She asked her mother if she wanted to go home. Pearlie responded that she had a very busy day and did not mind leaving, assuring her friends that she would return soon. Canny rose from the table with her mother and sister, Elsie. The three of them went to the machine to pay for parking. The payment terminal was on the first floor of the mall, and, as I mentioned, the parking was underground. Standing in line for the terminal, Canny realized she had left a parking ticket in her car. She instructed her sister and mother to remain in line and went down to get the ticket. The terminal queue was gone, but Canny hadn't returned in 10 minutes, so her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second was directed to voicemail. Something was obviously wrong. Elsie and Pearlie arrived in the parking lot. Surprised, they discovered that Canny's car was no longer there. They circled the parking lot several times. After that, they were certain that Canny had vanished with the car. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter because Canny wouldn't drive off without saying anything. The parking lot was poorly lit, but surveillance cameras could provide some answers. The mall security initially refused to show the footage to Canny's relatives, but eventually gave in after her mother begged for assistance. Around midnight, Pearlie and Elsie sat in front of a monitor, watching the footage that shocked and confirmed their worst suspicions. The footage showed Canny's car exiting the underground parking lot at high speed and breaking the barrier, while someone else drove it. The video quality was not satisfactory. However, it was clear that the person in the driver's seat was most likely a man, and Canny was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, her body tucked against the door, trying to keep as far away from the driver as possible. Pearlie went to the police station right away after seeing the footage and filed a report of her daughter's disappearance and kidnapping. The police launched an investigation, and Canny's family and friends drove all over Kuala Lumpur, hoping to find her car, a purple Proton Tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Canny's husband, began to realize something was wrong. He called the wife several times but was unable to reach her. He called her mother, and she told him what had happened. Canny's disappearance shocked Brandon. Pearlie overheard him crying over the phone. Only at dawn did Canny's friends and relatives return home. Unfortunately, their search was unsuccessful. The police were spreading information about the disappearance and conducting their own search, which did not provide any hope. The footage from the mall parking lot where Canny was kidnapped did not help identify the man driving the car. It's been more than 72 hours since his loved ones last saw her. The authorities knew that if Canny Ong had been kidnapped, it was not for ransom, because if money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have come forward long ago and demanded ransom. And this situation did not look good, as evidenced by a sinister discovery made by the police the same day. Canny's car was left on a city street. The front right tire was in such bad shape that it was safe to assume the car had been driven with a flat tire for quite some time, and as a result, it was literally ripped apart. In the back of the car, on the passenger seat, there was a big red stain. Forensic experts collected scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other car parts. There was plenty of evidence in the car. I'll talk more about it later. Canny's family and friends have not given up hope, and we hope she returns home safely. Unfortunately, the next day, after the car was discovered, all their hopes were dashed. On June 17, a road worker detected a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near a highway. When he lifted the lid, he discovered a body that someone was attempting to burn with 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police arrived on the scene immediately and discovered car tires filled with concrete that had previously been used as road sign stands lying on top of the body. Whoever hit it was trying to make it difficult to identify. The family's worst fears were confirmed after the body was discovered, but it was stated incorrectly that she will not believe her daughter is dead until she receives confirmation. Until they do, we will continue to hope she is found alive. She said the family was going to the morgue. However, the doctor stated that they could not confirm whether Canny Ong's family members had DNA samples taken for comparative analysis. The results of expertise fulfilled Canny's parents' worst nightmare. The body discovered is undoubtedly that of their daughter. According to some sources, even before the DNA test results could help family members identify the jewelry on the body, Pearlie, a loving mother, believed and hoped that her daughter would live to the end. It's difficult to imagine the emotional torture she had to endure. The autopsy revealed that Canny suffered stab wounds in her abdomen. A medical forensics expert also discovered signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around Canny's neck in several knots. In addition, semen was discovered inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an event occurred that raised numerous questions about the work of law enforcement agencies. Subramaniam Ravichandran, an undercover police officer, reported to his superiors that on the night of Canny's disappearance, he and his partner were patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycle. Both he and his partner were dressed in civilian attire. They noticed a car parked in the wrong spot, taking up half of the road, and decided to stop near it to see if anyone was inside. Walking up to the driver's door, Ravichandran noticed a man behind the wheel and a woman next to him in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window, and when the man behind the wheel lowered it a third of the way down, he showed him his police ID and asked what he was doing there, to which the driver replied that he was simply sitting there and chatting with his girlfriend and was not doing anything illegal. Following these words, the police officer requested that both the drivers and their companions' IDs be checked. While the man behind the wheel was handing out the documents, the woman in the passenger seat made strange hand signals. It appeared that she was asking for assistance. Every time her assumed boyfriend turned to face her, she came to a halt. I noticed the officer asking the driver to get out of the car. The driver reacted angrily, telling Ravichandran that he was not a police officer but a thief. Following these words, he raised the window and reached for the key in the ignition. When the policeman realized the car was about to drive away, he took out his pistol and shot the right front wheel, causing the car to speed away. Ravichandran and his partner began a motorcycle chase, but they were unable to catch up to a car with a flat tire. This is the official version. Given the state of affairs in Malaysian police at the time, it was unsurprising that the officer on duty did not call for reinforcements or notify anyone about what had occurred. That car with a flat tire was the purple Proton Tiara, Canny Ong's transport, and it will be discovered abandoned in a few days. Even though the chase did not end in the police's favor, they now have documents from the driver. The driver was Ahmad Najib, a 27-year-old Rs, and the passenger was Canny Ong. And if the officer in that situation had behaved differently, perhaps Canny would still be alive. Unfortunately, Ravichandran informed his higher-ups about the situation only after Canny's body was discovered. The officer's possession of documents on the suspect was most likely the only positive outcome of that night. Aside from Canny's family, many Malaysians came to say goodbye to her. Brandon was devastated by the death of his beloved wife. Meanwhile, police began searching for Ahmad Najib. As it turned out, he never lived at the address listed on his documents. But his name was real, so there were several ways to find him. The police began looking for the name on the documents in the Registry of Documented Marriages. A match was found at the National Social Support Agency. Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 brothers and sisters in the household. He dropped out of school so he could work and help his family. In 1998, he went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur. Later, he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he has been a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. The police began surveillance on his wife after learning her name and workplace. She worked at one of the metropolitan banks and waited until her shift ended. Police officers disguised in civilian clothes followed her and discovered her home address. The police now knew where Ahmad lived, but they needed to ensure that he was inside the house to avoid scaring him. They kept an eye on the house for 3 days, but when the investigators began to doubt Ahmad Najib's ability to live with his family, he disappeared. However, these were hasty conclusions. On the 4th day of surveillance, around 4 a.m., they noticed a cab pull up to the house, and Ahmad Najib got out. Only a minute later, he was handcuffed and led to the police station for questioning. Information about the arrest and the suspect's identity spread quickly in the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib couldn't believe he was responsible for Kanyong's kidnapping and death. He was a devoted husband and father of 2 children, and he gave the impression of a good man. However, officers soon realized that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Najib remained calm throughout the first interrogation, stating that he was only willing to speak with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. He started to deny his guilt. Only after he was presented with evidence linking him to Kanyong did his confidence gradually wane. At first, he was shown 2 IDs that he had given to the officer on duty the night Kany was kidnapped. The officers then stated that they discovered blood spots on his jacket and jeans, and DNA analysis would almost certainly show that this was Kanyong's blood. It wasn't until Najib realized that the officers were not faking it and that they had irrefutable proof that they were not bluffing did he admit that he kidnapped and murdered Kany in 10 days, beginning on June 23, 2003. Ahmad was taken to court, where he reiterated his confession. During the next few days, the police conducted an investigation in which Najib showed all of the places where he was with Kany and explained in detail how and how many times he forced her to have intimate relations with him, as well as how he killed her and attempted to dispose of her body. They discovered evidence to back up Najib's claims in every location where he led the police. The cameras captured Ahmad Najib in the underground parking lot where it all began. According to him, he was waiting for his former boss who fired him and wanted to exact revenge. It is worth noting that the version about the former boss has not been confirmed. By hiding in the dark, he noticed Kany looking for something in her car and decided to take advantage of that. He pushed her into the car and threatened her, telling her that if she tried to flee or call for help, she would regret it. Kany fell into a trance and obeyed all of his commands. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove out of the parking lot at high speed, breaking the barrier. After stopping in an industrial area, he began harassing Kany, but just then, a police officer dressed in civilian clothes approached the car. Najib was attempting to persuade the officers that he only realized he had kidnapped the wrong woman when the officer asked to see their IDs. Even if we assume he intended to kidnap his former boss, this does not absolve him of guilt. Without a doubt, she would have met the same fate as Kanyong. According to his words, Najib escaped the pursuit. Even though the officer had his documents, he didn't think to let Kany leave. He pulled over on the road to replace a tire that had been punctured by a bullet. A car with a woman inside was parked near where he had stopped. He walked up to her and asked for a jack. He wanted to change the tire, but then he noticed that Kany was signaling the woman with her hands, who had landed him that jack, so he abandoned the idea and drove away. A short time later, he arrived at a deserted location and forced Kany to have an intimate relationship with him by threatening her with a knife. Then he drove to another district, forcing Kany to satisfy him yet again. Both of them were in the back seat, and Kany begged him for mercy. Instead, he ended her life. Then he hid her body in a manhole near a highway, drove a car to another location, and abandoned it there. After 16 hours, he returned to the location with a gasoline canister and attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime. DNA testing confirmed that the cement discovered inside Kanyong's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Ben Aris. His DNA and fingerprints were also discovered in the car, providing additional irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The experts also determined that the blood found on his jacket and jeans belonged to Kanyong. The trial began on September 15, 2003, only 3 months after Kany's death. This case became one of the most contentious in Malaysia, attracting a lot of attention from the media and the public. Such a high-profile trial has attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also those who, in my opinion, decided to make a name for themselves, namely attorneys, of which Najib had plenty, despite the fact that he admitted his guilt during the investigation, and there was more than enough evidence of his crimes, including DNA evidence, after consulting with 6 of his attorneys. Najib did not plead guilty in his first trial, telling the court that he confessed under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Najib confessed shortly after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse on the defendant at the time of confession and that he was calm and relaxed. With that in mind, the attorneys changed their strategy and began arguing that Kany was in the car with their client at her own volition. Attorneys attributed it to the fact that Kany, who holds a black belt in Taekwondo, did not attempt to escape. This attempt to blame the victim for not escaping was rejected because everyone responds differently to critical situations. But they did not stop there. Then they came up with a new version, claiming that Kani became intimate with Ahmad Najib voluntarily and died of strangulation, which was used to heighten the sensations during the intercourse. But this version was challenged and denied by forensics experts. The cloth around Kani's neck was tied in multiple knots, indicating that Najib had no intention of loosening it. In fact, the cloth was tied so tightly that the skin beneath it was the only part of the body unaffected by the fire. But that is not all. The cloth was designed for wiping plane windows, and given that the defendant worked as a cabin cleaner, this linked him even more to the crime, not to mention the fact that the lawyers couldn't explain the stab wounds on Kani's body. At that point, Najib's attorneys ran out of ideas and advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many people wondered why Kani didn't get out of the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. Sadly, we will never know the answer. Maybe she just froze in fear and couldn't run away. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib Ben Aris was found guilty of all charges. The judge stated that the evidence points to only one person committing the crime against Kaniong's sexual integrity. Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years in prison and 10 chain strikes, but he was also sentenced to death for killing her. Those who frequently watch these types of videos about real crimes are aware that, for example, in the United States, criminals are executed via lethal injection. However, in Malaysia, the process is quite different. They use ropes instead of expensive drugs. Ahmad Najib's attorneys attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but both times were unsuccessful. In 2010, Najib wrote to the head of state, requesting that his death sentence be commuted to life imprisonment. In his letter, he pleaded not guilty yet again, but his clemency request was denied. Ahmad Najib, 40, received his sentence on September 23, 2016, more than 13 years after Kaniong died. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. During the mid-2000s, this high-profile case shook America and received extensive media coverage. The horrific crime was investigated for years before the killer was apprehended. One of the primary reasons for the delay was a lack of a visible motive and disconnected evidence, and no one could believe that this man was capable of it. The investigation took nearly 6 years to complete the puzzle, and the investigator at the trial openly stated that he had never seen anything like this in his many years of experience. In this tragic story, Jason Young discovers a location, a love triangle, a double betrayal, and an ominous omen that no one initially noticed. Little is known about him. Jason is from Brevard, North Carolina, where he was born in 1974. He grew up in a normal family. After graduating from high school, he enrolled at the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the capital of his home state, and after graduation, he secured a position as a salesman in a major retailer. At work, Jason Young demonstrated himself to be a valuable and promising employee who could always be counted on, but friends described him as erratic and unpredictable. He was fickle in his relationships with the opposite sex and frequently changed women, earning him a reputation as a womanizer, which he took pride in. Michelle Marie, a young maiden known as Fisher, was born in New York in February 1977. The girl was raised alongside her younger sibling, Meredith, with whom she had been extremely close since childhood. Linda, their mother, spent a lot of time with her adored daughters, trying to help them develop their abilities and talents. Michelle has been interested in law and economics since she was in school, and she hopes to devote her life to these fields. After graduating, she applied to several universities at once and received a positive response from North Carolina's capital. The girl diligently studied at the Faculty of Economics and Law, eventually earning a master's degree in this field. Michelle was hired for a high-level position at one of the state's leading accounting firms shortly after graduating. Yesterday, the student was earning well, supporting herself, and making ambitious plans for the future. She chose to spend her 24th birthday with her closest friends and colleagues at one of the city's most popular entertainment venues. They weren't having much fun when a stranger turned around and knocked the birthday girl's glass of cocktail out of her hands. The guy immediately apologized, and to make amends, he bought Michelle another cocktail. That young man's name was Jason Young, and the attractive young Michelle immediately drew his attention. He sat down at her table, struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be witty and interesting, and at the end of the evening, asked her out on a date. Michelle liked the casual acquaintance, so she gladly accepted his invitation. Deciding that fate had sent her a gift on her birthday, the couple began communicating, and they soon realized they had a lot in common. They both attended the same university. Although Jason received his degree 3 years earlier, he supported the same hockey team, and we both enjoy the same music group. Young people quickly developed romantic relationships, but living together, let alone getting married, was out of the question. Jason was still living at his parents' house in Brevard when he began his relationship with Michelle. He would only see his girlfriend and rally on weekends, or during work trips to the state capital. During one of these meetings, his sweetheart told him she was pregnant. This news came as a complete surprise to both of them, as neither was prepared for childbirth. Young people were eager to work, confidently moving up the career ladder, and had no plans to start a family yet. Jason agreed right away, but Michelle hesitated before deciding to keep the baby rather than have an abortion. Jason reflected on the situation for about a month before relocating to Raleigh to be closer to his pregnant girlfriend. After a few more months, the couple's relationship was officially legalized, though neither love nor pregnancy played a role in this. But Michelle doesn't have health insurance. Childbirth would have cost the couple a lot of money, but marriage gave them the option. To avoid such expenses, the couple's daughter, Young, was born in the spring of 2004. She was given the name Cassidy. Elizabeth, the newlywed mother, jumped right into domestic life and family chores, assisting her as a mother and younger sister. It should be noted that Michelle's family calmly accepted her decision. They were wary of Jason, but attempted to avoid conflict. In the same year, the young couple with a child moved into their own large home, located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city. Mother Linda, who came to visit her daughter and granddaughter and assist with household chores, was the first to notice a tense atmosphere in this family. His son-in-law was too emotionally unstable and could orchestrate a scandal literally in the same location. But Michelle did everything she could to smooth over all of the disagreements and, in public, appeared to be the happiest wife and mother. Only Mother Linda could tell the truth about what was happening, an ominous omen. Michelle became pregnant for the second time when Cassidy was only 2. She gently broke the news to her husband, but he reacted calmly and appeared even happier about it. Soon, the family drove to Brevard to personally inform Jason's parents of the happy news. They came to visit for only the weekend. And on the first day, they celebrated the upcoming addition with their relatives. And the next day, they left their young daughter with her grandparents for a few hours. While driving home, the couple stopped at a restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Jason, who was driving, oversteered, and the car veered off the road into a ravine. The couple was concerned about a few abrasions and bruises, but their lives were not endangered. However, Michelle miscarried due to nervousness. Because of this, the young woman was extremely concerned. Jason handled the accident, the loss of a child, and the spouse's strange indifference, all with surprising calm. All of this seemed very suspicious. Linda Fisher later described the accident as a bad omen that no one took seriously at the time. The young couple had a mutual friend named Michael Monty, whom they had known since they were at the same university. They had not seen each other for quite some time. However, in the spring of 2006, shortly before the accident, Jason met an old acquaintance by accident while on a work trip. He told his wife about it, and they decided to invite Monty to see him. The young woman eagerly accepted the invitation, but during her visit, she began to complain about her unhappy family life and relationship issues with her husband. At the same time, she was constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how fortunate she was to be pregnant. Michelle was not alarmed by the guest's behavior. She genuinely wanted to comfort and support her friend, but she saw what was going on as a call to action. Jason had never missed a chance to flirt before, but this relationship quickly progressed beyond flirting and friendly support. Jason Young and Michelle Manny started calling each other nearly every day and sneaking out to see each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife never suspected anything. Michelle told her husband in the summer of 2006 that she was pregnant again. This time, however, Jason was not pleased. The wife didn't understand what was going on. She felt the beloved was away from her, but she assumed this was due to the miscarriage a few months prior. Jason was constantly thinking about how to break free from marital bonds with the least amount of himself. Michelle's husband went on another business trip in early November while she was 5 months pregnant. He drove 300 miles away from home in his own car, but he had reserved a hotel room about halfway through the journey. That evening, Michelle, who was pregnant, had a long phone conversation with her best friend, telling her about family problems and mentioning that she had a big fight with her husband the night before he left. After the conversation, she went upstairs, put her daughter to bed, and fell asleep beside her, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jason arrived at the hotel and went straight to bed, claiming to be exhausted from the journey. In reality, he was scrutinizing all of the hotel's entrances, exits, and security camera locations, planning how to leave and then return undetected. Jason was preparing an impenetrable alibi for what he thought would be the ideal crime. During the early morning hours, Young called his wife's sister and asked for help. He explained that he wanted to give his wife a piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, but he had accidentally sent a page from an online store to the home fax machine. He was concerned that Michelle would discover his gift and be unimpressed. Meredith agreed to help her son-in-law, despite her dislike for him. When Meredith arrived at her sister's house, she entered through a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about, and it was never locked. The house was unusually quiet, although the landlady's papers, keys, and wallet were still in the hallway, indicating that she had not gone anywhere. Meredith went upstairs and noticed that the bedroom door was wide open, but neither her sister nor niece answered her call. When she entered the room, she witnessed a gruesome scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured, in a pool of her own blood. Blood was everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Bloody footprints were visible on the walls, furniture, and the baby's body. Unfortunately, nobody could help the pregnant woman. She'd been dead for hours. Her sister rushed to call 911 when she heard rustling under the bed, looked down, and saw a small Cassidy staring at her in confusion. Cassidy was not harmed, but she was terrified. The girl witnessed her mother's death and then spent many hours near her body, as evidenced by the marks on the floor and the toys she brought her mother. Later, forensic experts discovered numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on the deceased's body, indicating a prolonged and brutal beating. Michelle had her teeth knocked out and her skull fractured with a blunt, heavy object. This instrument of crime was never discovered. A bloody pillow was found next to the body, with marks indicating that the victim had been smothered with it. Nothing was stolen from the house, implying that the night visitor had only one intention: murder. Furthermore, the locks had not been broken, and there were no signs of forced entry, implying that the perpetrator either had a key or was aware of the secret door, which was only known to family members. In such cases, the main suspect is always the deceased's spouse, but he appears to have a perfect alibi. He claimed that he checked into his hotel room, stayed until the morning, and then attended a scheduled business meeting. A check revealed that Young used his room keycard to enter in the evening and leave in the morning. But a thorough investigation quickly revealed a slew of anomalies and inconsistencies. For example, a hotel employee discovered early in the morning that the emergency exit was not only open, but also propped up with a cobblestone to keep it from slamming shut. When the investigation decided to check the surveillance camera pointed at that door to find out who had done it, it was discovered that the same camera had been deliberately turned off on the night of the crime. Furthermore, it stopped recording about 30 minutes after Jung checked into his room. The weirdness did not stop there. It turned out that during the night, a man who resembled Jason was getting gas at a station between the hotel and the crime scene, but he was asked to provide identification as required by the rules. He refused to pay with cash and left without waiting for change. The gas station attendant at the inquest identified Jason as Young, but he continued to deny everything, insisting that he had slept in his hotel room that night. Another oddity was that on the day before the tragedy, young Jason called Michelle more than 24 times, and closer to the morning, he called his mistress 5 more times, with each conversation lasting no more than 15 seconds, implying that Jason was probably panicked. All of these calls were made outside the hotel, where, according to him, he had spent the entire night. He was also late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared confused. Despite years of investigation and a long-awaited verdict, none of this evidence, whether individually or collectively, proved that Young had indeed murdered his pregnant wife. For nearly 3 years, Jason lived the same life he had always known. Furthermore, he gained custody of his young daughter, which dealt a significant blow to his late wife's relatives. By that point, he had stopped concealing his relationship with Money, who had previously been friends with the murdered Michelle, heightening suspicion that she was responsible for this heinous crime. Jason was only arrested near the end of 2009. Despite overwhelming evidence, the jury failed to reach a verdict. However, the case was reopened in 2012 after more evidence was gathered and the testimony of witnesses who saw Jason Jung that night outside the hotel in various locations, including his rather conspicuous white car, which was seen parked on the night of the murder not far from his own house in an unlit lot. The case also included testimony from a child psychologist who described little Cassidy's strange doll play, during which the girl demonstrated how her father spanked her mother and then refused to get up from the floor. Manny testified in court. She admitted that Jason had cheated on his wife with her but justified it by claiming that he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as he told everyone, and other former mistress of the defendant admitted that she was afraid of his outbursts of anger when he lost control and threatened to hit her. Following a lengthy trial, Jason Young was found guilty of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. In 2014, convicted Jason filed his first appeal, which was denied. In 2018, he again requested a review of his case, but a panel of the State Court of Appeals denied it. Cassidy was virtually orphaned. Her mother was murdered, and her father was sent to prison for the crime. The girl is raised by her aunt and maternal grandparents. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello? Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. "I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home." When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m. while recording the message? Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for two Mall of America stores, Wet Seal and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passersby on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash, as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home. and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999 and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance, but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michael Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. And it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vick was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vick was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vick was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vick was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the 2 cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.